Welcome to our umpires who are Hassan Adnan and James Middlewood.
Okay, thanks mate. Speak to you soon.
Alex Lees leading forward onto the field, opening the batting for Worcestershire, Latigan and Jake Libby.
Good morning and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to start on day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Worcestershire and Durham. The news from the toss is that it has been won by Durham and they have chosen to bowl first. So the Worcestershire openers, Jake Libby and Dan Latigan, making their way out to the middle. Ben Stokes is included in the Durham side, his first cricket since the Ashes, but he is not going to open the bowling, or at least not bowl the first over, because that's going to be bowled by Ben Raine from the New Road. Ben Raine, who has been in fantastic at just 14.5, so he has great success against Worcestershire in the past and will present the early problems for the Worcestershire openers. The news on teams, I'll give you the Worcestershire team. It includes Harry Darley, Shrewsbury-born seamer making his first class debut, and another Shrewsbury-born seamer making his first appearance of the season, only his third first class game, Jack Home. So they're both in the side. Latigan, Libby, Rodrick, Cashifali, Adam Hose, Brett Dolivera, Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Home and Darley is the Worcestershire team. Alongside me from BBC Radio Newcastle is Martin Emerson, and Martin can bring you news of the Durham team as we go through the over. He's just getting his notes sorted out. I'll just tell you about the first ball as Ben Raine comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan, who is taken on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, but it's appeared to be going down the leg side from where we're sitting, and indeed as they go through for one run, the umpire signals leg by. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning. Yes, Durham have given a game to a young up-and-coming player called Ben Stokes, who's just signed a rookie contract. So it's his first appearance for them since he played against Worcestershire 2 years ago in June. I remember the match started on my birthday in Chesley Street, and Worcestershire won. It was their first victory on the ground at Chesley Street in a county championship match, because their previous wins in the North East have been, I think, in Hartlepool and Stockton or somewhere like that.
Raine over the wicket to the right-handed Libby, who pushes the second ball of the game out on the offside, and there is no run.
They've signed Dwan Olafere, the South African fast bowler, but he is here but not playing in this one. He's replacing Kemar Roach, who's gone home injured. Managed 2 matches for Durham and then got injured in his third game at Middlesex last week. Only bowled 9 overs, so the curse of the Durham overseas player strikes again. He adds to a long list of overseas signings who've only made 1 or 2 appearances in the last 3 to 4 years.
Ben Raine over the wicket again in bowls, and Libby is edging this one down to third man, looking to play it down the ground. Outside edge scoots away down to the boundary, not all the way. They pick up 2. Worcestershire's overseas player Byers Swanepoel is out of this game as well, having been hit on the head in the game at Northampton while batting, so concussion protocols are in place. So it's there's a few overseas players up and down the country gone down with various injuries and had to return home. So
Matty Potts has been given this match off. That was a Durham decision.
There's Raine again, moves in and bowls, and Libby gets another run, this time just turned on the leg side for a single. So Worcestershire go to 4 without loss.
So Durham, Lees, McKinney, Gay, Beddingham, Clark, Robinson the keeper, Stokes, Aldridge, Raine, Parkinson and Robinson the bowler, Luke Robinson the bowler, Ollie Robinson the keeper, and Beddingham and Gay are the top 2 run makers in the division at the moment.
Marty off to update listeners in the northeast as Ben Raine prepares to bowl again around the wicket to the left-handed Latigan. 3 slips, the only catchers. A lovely morning here at New Road, bright sunshine, blue sky, and here is Raine in and bowls, and Latigan leaves that alone outside the off stump, and it climbs quite sharply through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Had to take that around about sort of chest height, so good carry from the lively medium pace of Ben Raine. He's not express pace by any means, but highly experienced and successful operator with his right arm fast medium. Burly figure, strides in again, bowls, and again takes Latigan on the pad as he looks to turn it on the leg side, and again the umpire is signalling leg by, despite quite a loud appeal from Raine and from behind the stumps. Didn't look particularly optimistic shout to me. That is the end of the first over. 5 without loss then. Worcestershire having been put into bat, and Libby has 3. There have been 2 leg byes, and Latigan is yet to get off the mark, and it is going to be Ben Stokes to bowl from the Diglis end of the ground.
Bowling at the Diglis end, Ben Stokes.
The England skipper returning to action and getting a ripple of applause from the Worcestershire faithful when his name is announced.
Is he any good, this lad? Have you seen him play?
He's not bad. I think he's done okay in the past against Worcestershire on this ground. Lively pace. Here
he comes then. He hasn't played a county championship match for 2 years. Right arm over, Diglis end, and inside edge down to Parkinson at fine leg off Latigan. Gets him off the mark. I was looking back through the records. He played 3 games for Durham in 2024, so the most recent of those was the game against Worcestershire, which was the end of June, beginning of July, and Worcestershire won the match. Their first win on the ground at Chesley Street. He played in a home game against Somerset, which Durham won, and an away game at Blackpool, which they lost. And the game here in 2022, when he smashed 17 sixes in his innings of 161, was a new record for the most sixes in an innings, as he comes in and bowls. That's left alone. It's an no ball. He also used about 5 different bats in that innings. He was trying all these new bats out from his bat sponsor, and he just smashed it around the park. There was 5 sixes and 1 over from Josh Baker and a 4, and he scored the most runs in a morning session by any player, and wasn't even out there at the start of the session. He came in about 11:15 or something like that. But what most people will not remember from that game was it just petered out into a draw. Comes in here again and bowls. That's played out into the covers for 1 run by Libby. Takes him on to 4. 9 for none. And looking back through his record of playing for Durham, there's not been that many victories since he's been a regular with England. Very few. I remember him and Mark Wood playing in a game at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire in 2018, and Durham lost that one. So while it's great to see him playing for the team, and it is a rarity, it's not been that lucky in terms of wins in the period when he has featured for them. Run up is coming from a long way out as well. Let's see. Comes into bowl here, and that's driven up to Raine at mid-on. Bit of a false shot there from Latigan. I think that might have been more around the splice of the bat. Stokes is starting his run up. He's virtually off the field, isn't he? He's right next to the boundary rope at the far end. Coming in from about 40 yards, something like that. Here he comes again. Bowls. That's a leave. It's gone through to the keeper. Got 3 in the slip cordon. They're all a long way back. Parkinson on the boundary rope, just down below our commentary position. Fine leg. No third man. Nobody guarding the boundary around the hotel. Got a mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Cover. Backward point. Square leggers there as well. Stokes comes in, right arm over and bowls, and that has gone to the gully area, or backward point. Dot ball. The weather forecast initially for today, a couple of days ago, didn't look that good, but it's
improved.
It's improved quite a bit now. Might have the odd passing shower, but it's quite a pleasant day out there. Nice drive in this morning from staying over towards Stourport, coming over Hartlebury Common, which reminded me very much of Cannock Chase. Nice bit of moorland and forest there as Stokes bowls again. That has a lot of bounce in it. It's gone high to the keeper. End of the over, so Worcestershire 9 without loss.
Yeah, good carry on that last one, as there was on the last one in the first over. The pitch here has been obviously the subject of quite a lot of discussion over the last couple of years. Last season in particular, it was a really, really difficult place to bat.
The game against Durham finished in 2 days.
It did. Worcestershire only got 3 batting points in the whole season here at New Road. They all came in 1 innings. This season, they got 4 already in the 1 innings that they have played against Kent a couple of weeks ago. And the pitch in that game was easily the best that we've seen at New Road since 2024. And so far today, signs that there's got a bit of pace and carry in this, nothing excessive, but much better surface, and it just looks a better surface if you get close up to it than anything we saw here last year. And the reason for that, of course, is the floods. We had 6 this winter, but the first one came later, and therefore most of the work the ground staff had done had borne fruit before the first flood came. In comes Ben Raine over the wicket to Jake Libby with a short leg in now as well as those 3 slips, but he turns it on the leg side for a single. Takes Worcestershire into double figures, 10 without loss. Libby has 5 of those, Latigan has 1, 4 extras.
Came down here for February half term. We stayed in a farmhouse at Bidford-on-Avon, and I've got a friend who lives at Hinckley, and I'd said to him that we'd had quite a few nice days in the northeast, and by February he said it hadn't stopped raining in Hinckley at all, and the river levels on the River Avon at Bidford were so high, nothing could get under the bridge. It was just jammed with trees and wood, and they were due to do some big repair work on the bridge when we were there.
I was going to say, you're lucky to get over that bridge sometimes. Ben Raine round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan, bowls, and Latigan is pushing this one up to mid-on. Yeah, it's narrow bridge, only room for 1 lane of traffic, and twice in the last 10 years, certainly 7 or 8 years, there's been an accident. There was a great big, I think it was an agricultural sprayer which hit the bridge, and it was closed for months, so it meant quite a long.
It's a long way around that.
Yeah,
a very long way around.
Yeah, we were closed for about 6 months at one stage.
Well, we were worried because there was talk it was going to shut while we were there, but they delayed it because of the river level.
Raine again is in, and Latigan again. Well, he gets a run down to fine leg off an inside edge, but Raine had his hands above his head. He was going to go up for another LBW appeal. Had a couple turned down when the ball was gone for a leg by, but he would have gone up for that one had Latigan not got a bat on it. 11 without loss. Latigan is 2, and Libby is 10. So Graham Clark in under the helmet at short leg, 3 slips in place, and Raine in the wickets this season, on the hunt for his first in this game. Over the wicket to Libby, beats him outside the off stump with a good one that I think just held its line. 1 ball behind on the, or 2 balls behind on the. Right,
if you tap the screen,
see if I can.
Let me. No, you've got rid of it.
Get it up to date a little bit more.
You sometimes quickly tap the screen and it fast forwards.
Right at the beginning again now. Here's Raine again. I'll sort it out at the end of the over. He comes in, 2 balls left in the over, bowls, and Libby has got runs here, 4 of them, down to third man, off the edge.
Vacant third man.
Yeah, well, don't get me going on that. Absolutely one of my.
I mean, this is the one ground in the country where vacant third man is an issue, isn't it?
Not one ground. There's every ground.
But it's such a short boundary.
Every ground. It's you tell your bowlers to bowl at the top of off stump. Where's it going to go? Absolute madness. Drives me round the bend. Anyway, Worcestershire won't mind. They've gone up to 15 without loss. Libby on to 9. Raine again is in and bowls, and Libby is very, very watchful this time, just pushing out on the offside end of the over from Ben Raine. Latigan 2, Libby 9, Worcestershire put into bat 15 without loss off 3.
I presume it's sort of standard procedure here now that once winter comes along they remove a lot of furniture and equipment from the ground because it just floods so many times.
This box was flooded.
Just this winter, was it?
Yeah. Where we're sitting was actually flooded. Yeah, it's absolutely standard procedure. As I say, six this winter. I think it was 7 or 8 the winter before. It floods a lot more than it used to.
Well, 2 years ago when they played each other at Kidderminster, there'd been about 8 floods that winter as well. And they had fish in the nets here.
Yeah, well, that's many. That's happened many times. There's stories of the old groundsmen cutting salmon out of the nets. Yeah.
Here's Stokes to bowl to Latigan, who is on 2 from 10 deliveries. Stokes comes in. That's gone down the leg side, taken high down the leg side by Ollie Robinson, the keeper. Just looking at. I can't get any of me. No, it's open here. Me fingers are too thick. Ben Stokes' stats: 120 tests, but in terms of domestic cricket, he's taken 189 wickets for Durham in 76 first class appearances. His best bowling 7 for 67 in the home win against Sussex in 2024. I think that was Somerset actually rather than Sussex. And we've got a wicket. That one was rising. Latigan has played it up into the air to the keeper. It was always increasing in its height on him, and he's just tried to drive at it, and it's taken him the edge and gone through to the keeper. Didn't really move his feet there either. So 15 for 1 Worcestershire, and the England skipper has his first wicket of the game.
Yeah, perfect delivery in many ways, angled across the left-hander, and as you said, Marty, just bounced a little bit more than he expected. He was just pushing at it outside the off stump, probably needed to play it, and absolutely regulation nick through to the keeper. So Latigan, who started the season well at Derby, is finding in recent weeks against good bowling. It's Division 2, but he is facing Ben Stokes, and in the last game he faced Ben Sanderson, who bowled absolutely beautifully for Northants. He's finding the tough lessons about professional cricket in his first proper season, and he's learning all the time, but very disappointed with himself at playing at that one. Gets a nick. It's a very straightforward catch for Robinson and Worcestershire. 15 for 1. Gareth Rodrick, who was the hero of the first innings for Worcestershire down at Northampton last week, 164 not out he made. He's been promoted up to number 3, and he stayed at number 3, even though Kashif Ali, who had been at 3, is back in the side. But he finds himself out there rather earlier than he might have wanted in just the 4th over.
Well, Gareth Rodrick's played 10 games against Durham. He's got 452 runs against them, including 151 in a draw at Chesty Street at the back end of last year. Got 67 in a Gloucestershire win at Cheltenham in 2018. That was a match I mentioned earlier where Stokes and Mark Wood played in that one and Gloucestershire won. And he had 52 in a draw here in 2023. So he's now facing Ben Stokes from the Diglas end. Right arm over to the right-handed batsman. Rodrick forward to this one, pushes it up to mid-off, and it's fielded by Parkinson, I think that is, who seems to have hurt himself. He's landed on the ball. Brought him in from fine leg, and he's fielding up there on that offside. Sun shining at the moment. Worcestershire 15 for 1 here on the BBC. As Stokes comes in again and bowls. Rodrick gives himself a bit of room, fends that down into the floor and plays it to Clark along the floor at backward point. No run there. Yeah, just going back to those the water levels in February, we went to Stratford-on-Avon to go to Butterfly World, and there was nothing going through the bridge there either, other than rowing boats. There was no sort of mechanised traffic, and I can't recall seeing the water as high as that in Stratford-upon-Avon before. The locals were fed up. They just said it had been a really wet, miserable period where, I think from about New Year on, the rain never stopped, did it? Stokes in again, that's left alone. Wasn't that bad in the northeast. We had some pretty bad weather, but we didn't have endless rain.
No, we had a very wet time. But as I say, because the first flood happened later than in previous years, the work they'd done on the square at the end of the summer had actually taken root and wasn't washed away completely. That's what happened the previous year. So they ended up in March last year virtually doing what they should have done 6 months earlier.
Here's Stokes, bowls. Oh, that's done a lot. It's ended up down the leg side. Playing a miss from Rodrick. He's still on 0 from 4 deliveries, 15 for 1. Wicket maiden, wasn't it, I think? Is that right?
Yep.
Wicket maiden. What did this do?
Yeah, it came back a long way after he had gone past the stumps.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, you'd expect quite a bit of movement with the new ball. First 10-15 overs out there, 2 canny operators, Ben Raine and Ben Stokes. Obviously Stokes a little bit lacking in practice, but it doesn't take a bowler of his class that long to get a bit of rhythm, and he certainly seems to have done that in his second over there. There wasn't a bad ball in it, picked up a wicket. Excellent start for the England skipper. Ben Raine over the wicket to the right-handed Libby, who is in behind this one and pushing back up the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run. Now I do a quiz question, Marty, most days.
I'm just a daft village lad though, so don't expect me to get the answer.
I've got one. I usually try and get one that involves both counties. You can Google, but it's cheating. But if you can get it without Googling, that's really good. I usually give the answer in around about tea time, but I'll put the quiz question out there during this over. Here's Raine in again, bowls, and Libby is forward, turning it on the leg side, and thinks about a run, but Alex Lees moves to his right at wide mid-on and prevents it. So the quiz question today is, what is the connection between Worcestershire County Cricket Club, Durham County Cricket Club and Norfolk County Cricket Club? What is the connection between Worcestershire County Cricket Club, Durham County Cricket Club and Norfolk County Cricket Club? There's a direct connection. Ben Raine over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Libby fields for this one outside the off stump, and it's not only left him but it's bounced considerably, and Robinson moving to his right takes it. If you want to get in touch and with an answer to that, then best way to get in touch with me is on X or Twitter at FrankWatson58. Marty, it's Weir Cricket, is it? Weir Cricket?
Yeah, at bbc.co.uk.
bbc.co.uk. Weir Cricket at bbc.co.uk or at FrankWatson58 on X or Twitter. What's the connection between Worcestershire, Durham and Norfolk cricket clubs? Raine again in bowls. Libby leaves this one outside the off stump. My impression of this pitch so far, the first thing that's striking me about it is that it's got really good carry. Great fun to keep wicket on a pitch like this. Robinson's already picked up one catch and he's taking most of the balls above waist height, which is always good fun for a keeper. 3 slips could well be in the action as well. And we've also got Graham Clark in at short leg under the helmet, picking that wicket. Raine is in again and bowls, and Libby is again beaten outside the off stump, again by a really good delivery. Ben Raine he's a fantastic bowler in these conditions. You just know what you're going to get, don't you, with Ben Raine? And he started the season really well. He's settled into a really good rhythm. Jake Libby's played against him many times before. That doesn't make it any easier. He just comes in and nags away. He actually took his bat away from that one, to be fair, having watched the replay. But angled in and just moving away off the seam. He's in again and bowls, and Libby is this time out. Caught at slip. Really good low catch by Casey Aldridge, who is a very, very good slip fielder. In at second slip, had to play it, pushed at it, edged it, and well, how many times has Ben Raine dismissed right-handers over the years like that? Really good delivery, really good low catch, and Worcestershire are 15 for 2.
Off the bowling of Ben Raine for 9.
Well, this is a good start from Durham's point of view, isn't it?
Yeah, really excellent bowling from Raine. Always going to ask questions, and if it's your day you miss them, and if it's not you nick them. And Libby edged it, and it was a very, very smart catch. He's a good slip catcher, Casey Aldridge, isn't he?
Yeah, he's taken some really good catches this season, including one against Lancashire, I think it was, where I don't know how he got it. The ball seemed to be behind him, which reminded me of the Stokes catch off Stuart Broad at Trent Bridge those years ago in the slips, when Broad had his hands on his face in absolute disbelief to what he'd seen.
So
lost 2 wickets for no runs there.
Yeah, they have 2 wickets for no runs. Ben Raine 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Ben Stokes 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. And Worcestershire in trouble. They're in trouble, to be fair, before this game even started. I came down yesterday to set everything up and went over and watched them practicing, had a chat with a few people, and was already told that the injury problems were mounting up. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's loan cut short by Warwickshire at the worst possible time, really, with Gibbon, Finch.
When was he meant to be here for the whole season?
He was meant to be here for the next 4 games after, including this one. And Warwickshire have recalled him. And as I say, you've got Allison, Gibbon, Finch, all out injured. Swanepoel out with the concussion protocol, so 4 seamers down. His loan cancelled, and that explains why Home and Darley have been included today by Worcestershire, and they've lost the toss, and Ben Stokes is coming at them. It doesn't get much tougher than this.
Well, Gareth Rodrick here, facing the next over from Stokes from the Diglas end. That's left alone. Kashi Fally, the new man, 28 years old, right-hand batsman. 44 first-class matches, 2,120 runs. He's got 300s, including 2 against Warwickshire 3 years ago when he made 110 and 133 in that game.
First game of the season.
And he got 76 not out in that win for Worcestershire at Chesty Street 2 years ago. 80 runs so far this year, but he's at the non-strikers end at the moment. It's Rodrick who is on strikers. Stokes comes in again. That's gone through to the keeper. Just looking back through Stokes' stats, and his best figures, I thought he hadn't played against Sussex in 2024. It was actually 2014 when he took 7 for 67 in a home win. So 2 years ago when he played, it was a home defeat by Worcestershire. He played in the May, a home win against Somerset, and he played in the May, a defeat at Blackpool. Played 3 games in 2022 for Durham as well, including that draw here. Lewis Kimber broke his record though for the most sixes in an innings a year later, I think it was. Leicestershire player. Here's Stokes again, and that's driven hard and nicely timed by Rodrick, right out the meat of the bat. It's been chased by Parkinson up towards long off, and he stops it right in front of the ropes. He'll run 3. Outfield seems a little bit slower to the top end of the ground. Or actually it's the southern end of the ground really, isn't it? Ryan Campbell, the Durham coach, and Graham Onions lying on the grass just in front of us having a chat. News yesterday, the Durham director of cricket, Marcus North, is to become the new England selector, replacing Luke Wright following a series of interviews. Durham were at Lords at the weekend playing Middlesex, so I gather he had an interview on Sunday there. Stokes comes in again and bowls. That's left alone by Ali. So a director of cricket role may well be advertised shortly by Durham, unless they've already got somebody in mind. You can also message me, by the way. I know Frank mentioned X. I don't use that anymore, so I've bots and lots of nasty people. So Marty Cricket at Blue Sky, if you want to message me over there. Stokes in, that's a nice drive from Ali, but again the outfield looks slow. It's been chased by Parkinson across towards the conker tree on our right hand side, and they'll run 3. Looks a bit fluffy, the grass, doesn't it, Frank? It's the ball's not racing along, is it?
I don't think he timed it very well, to be honest. I think
it sounded a little bit tinny,
yeah.
But the previous shot from Rodrick was nicely timed and didn't make it to the boundary. Thought it would have done. The outfield at Lords last week was really, really slow.
The outfield here is magnificent compared to what it was like last year. This area down here that you can see is still a bit rough down in front of us.
Stokes again, Rodrick up on his toes, fends the ball down into the ground. It comes to a rest right on the edge of the cut strip, end of the over. 6 from it in the form of 2 threes, 21 for 2. Let's see what the crack is in terms of messages from people.
Well, Johnny College has sent me a message, and he says, any idea what you think of it? He's a Durham fan. He said, what do you think a par score would be on this pitch? The truth is, I have no idea, Johnny. I really haven't, because obviously these pitches this year, we hope, are a lot better than they were last year, and we've only had 1 game here this year so far. Worcestershire made 447 in the first innings against Kent, and they won the game by an innings, but Kent didn't bowl very well. Against these two, it's going to be a bit more difficult. If you ask me a par score on this pitch for a good side with a full complement of batters, I'm saying 300, but I'm shooting in the dark, Johnny, really, because we've got to have more cricket at New Road this season really to get a feel for what the square is going to be like compared to last year. Ben Raine over the wicket, starts a new over, bowling to Kashif, who plays this one to mid-wicket, where Graham Clark has taken the helmet off and put his floppy hat on, and he's gone back and he does the fielding, and there's no run. It remains 21 for 2. Probably the crowd a bit down on what it might have been if the weather had been better. We get good crowds on Fridays usually. Raine is in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Kashif Ali. And then as the weekend goes on and the leagues start and that kind of thing, crowds aren't always so good. Friday's often the best attended. It's fewer than there were here against Kent, but the weather's not quite as pleasant as it was, and the forecast wasn't that good, although as Marty said earlier, it has improved compared to what we were expecting. I looked at it a couple of days ago and I thought we'd be struggling today. Raine in again, bowls, and Kashif is playing this one down in front of him. It's an important innings for Kashif Ali, this. He was left out of the side for the game against Northampton, so he wasn't part of that epic collapse on Sunday evening when Ben Sanderson bowled magnificently. But having been restored to the side partly as a result of all the injuries, he's got an opportunity, batting at 4 rather than 3 where he was before, to get a bit of form. Lets this go outside the off stump. And Marty, you were talking about those 200s that he got back to back at the start of the 24 season. I mean, since then, one day performances have been okay, but he hasn't really delivered in red ball cricket, and the promise that he showed initially, and you know, if you start the season with back-to-back hundreds against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, everybody gets very excited, hasn't really developed as much as he would have hoped, having come into the game quite late. Graduate of SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy, of course. Gets a run here as he clips this one away, gets 4 in fact, as Ben Raine errs into the pads and Kashi flicks it with his bottom hand down to long leg for 4. Raine had his hands on his head after that. I'm just having a look to see where it came from. Well, it was the in-swinger and it was going down. He just helped it on its way, really. So Kashi's first boundary goes to 7 and Worcestershire 25 for 2. They've lost Latigan for 2, caught behind off Ben Stokes, and Libby for 9. Snaffled at second slip by Casey Aldridge off the bowling of this man, Ben Raine, who is about to complete his 4th over. 1 for 13. His figures so far. Comes in now. And Kashif is on the walk as this one goes down the leg side. Tumbling stop by Ollie Robinson. End of the over. 7 gone. 25 for 2.
So Ben Stokes will play this match, and the plan is for him to play next week at Beckenham as well. And then England start a test series against New Zealand. He said he will plans to play for Durham during the One Day Cup in the summer, so you might see him in a few out grounds here and there. He's about to bowl his 4th over. He's taken 1 for 10. Raine has bowled 4 and taken 1 for 13. Worcestershire 25 for 2. Rodrick on strike. Stokes in. Rodrick fends that away one-handed. That's come right off the splice bat handle area there. Nearly took his fingers as well. Goes to check a little spot in the track where he thinks that ball's just pinged up from. Actually looking at it on the monitor, it didn't get up that high. It's pitched and come up around about hip height. Sun shining here in Worcester at the minute. It's a nice day. Pleasant out there, no wind or anything. In comes Stokes. That one pushed off to the offside to Parkinson, who's already got a muddy right knee, covered in grass stains, so he's been involved in the action so far in the field. If you're just joining us, Latigan fell in the 4th over, caught behind off the bowling of Ben Stokes for 2, and then Jake Libby fell at the end of the 5th for 9, caught at second slip by Casey Aldridge off the bowling of Ben Raine. Stokes comes in and the ball fired upfield. A good diving stop from Ben Raine at mid-on. That looked like it was away for 4, and was that a no ball signal there? Another no ball signal by James Middlebrook. That's a second, I think, for Stokes now. Yeah, no ball is signalled by James Middlebrook. 27 for 2. Stokes comes in again, bowls. That is played defensively by Rodrick out towards the covers to Parkinson once again. Comes in and bowls. This is defended. Rolls back to Stokes. He was running at Durham a few weeks ago. I didn't recognise him. He's lost so much weight. You normally think of a sort of muscly Ben Stokes, but he looks very athletic now rather than the powerful player he looked before. Would svelte be the right word, Frank? What do you reckon?
No.
I
wouldn't call him stout. He's always been fit, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he just looks. He looks very different these days.
Very slim.
Yeah. Single there from Rodrick out into the covers.
Yeah, he's lost. He looks thinner in the face.
Yeah,
more than
that's
anything, doesn't he? I think that always
Yep.
changes the way you feel about somebody's appearance. But yeah, certainly getting in well this morning. Absolutely no problem there.
Well, here's the last ball of the 8th over. Worcestershire 28 for 2 here on the BBC, put in by Durham. It is Stokes to Ali. Ali steers that one away. It was a leg stump Yorker length ball, and he plays it out into mid wicket and gets a single and will keep strike. So he now has 8, 29 for 2 after 8 overs.
Yep, good start by Durham. Won the toss. Lovely morning. First hour you would expect it to be quite tough. Probably flatten out after that. I would imagine the best day for batting will be tomorrow, unless we get the rain that is forecast, or was forecast, but pretty much now expected to be dry. At one stage I thought, we could be looking at rain mid-afternoon, but the forecast now, it still says light rain showers, but the percentages are quite low. It looks pretty decent as Ben Raine comes in and bowls outside the off stump to Rodrick, left alone. Although as I look away to the southwest, which is where it comes from, out towards Malvern, where the famous flower show is going on this week, it does look a bit grey. It does look a bit grey, so maybe there is cloud banking up to the southwest, but certainly at the moment the weather is set fair. Bright sunshine. It's a lovely scene looking across New Road, as it was for the game against Kent a couple of weekends ago. Here's Raine again over the wicket, past umpire Hassan Adnan. Bowls. That's the worst ball he's bowled today, short of a length outside off stump, and Kashif Ali plays probably the best shot of the day. Times that one nicely off the back foot, punched through extra cover, and that's gone all the way to the boundary. Good shot from Kashif, takes him to 12, and Worcestershire to 33 for 2. Yeah, lovely morning to play cricket, watch cricket. Raine is in again and bowls, and Kashif is on his toes on the back foot playing this one back to the bowler. 33 for 2. In the 9th, Worcestershire including Harry Darley and Jack Home, both Shrewsbury born, both inexperienced seam bowlers, flatmates, and Darley making his debut, Home playing only his 3rd game. And this is down the leg side again, and there's 4 more runs for Kashif, just flicked away down to fine leg. So Ben Raine will be a bit annoyed with himself to have gone to the boundary twice in this over. He's gone for 21 off his 4.4 overs. Kashif's gone to 16.
Ben Raine's now the joint top wicket taker in the division with 25, along with Ben Sanderson from Northants, who did a job on Worcestershire last time out. Took 7 in the second innings, didn't he? Something like that.
Bowled absolutely. I mean, you could argue it wasn't the best batting in the world. He bowled absolutely beautifully. He really did. Took 4 for 2 in 13 balls at one stage. He just kept landing the ball in exactly the same place. It was magnificent bowling. Raine is in, bowls, and Kashif gets another run on the leg side here, just tucked away behind square for a single. Yeah, it was.
Mr. Rad would have been quite happy.
Well, it was just top class English medium pace bowling. He's not quick. Keeper was standing up sometimes, but in that second innings he just hit a length, just kept nipping the ball just enough. He actually removed the off bail twice, just the bail. You know, it was just sensational, and Worcestershire didn't have an answer to it. It was just a magnificent spell. It really was. Ben Raine to complete the over, his 5th bowls, and Gareth Rodrick is on the walk and turning this one on the leg side for a single, which means he'll keep the strike. He goes to 5. Kashif has 17, and Worcestershire are 39 for 2 off 9.
And point them a little bit so that I can see that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So Stokes' first little spell has seen him bowl 4 overs, 1 for 14. Luke Robinson replaces him now. Quick bowler from Philadelphia Cricket Club, just up the hill from Chesley Street. Made his first class debut last week at Lord's after coming on as a substitute for Kamar Roach after he'd injured his groin, his hamstring. First ball, bowled in low to Rodrick's legs, played up to mid on no run there. Robinson in again. That is defended by Rodrick, threw out towards the covers. Robinson turns, he's up at the Diglas end. Coming in past umpire James Middlebrook, he bowls, that's left. Goes through to the keeper past the off stump. Robinson turns, comes in, and bowls, and that's left alone as well. His parents happened to be at Lord's last week as he made his debut, and he was presented with his cap on the side of the pitch during play, having come on as a sub for Kamar Roach. We were discussing it on air last week. He once took 6 wickets in 6 balls for Philadelphia under-13s in a cup tie at Langley Park in County Durham, all bowled. And his father was the umpire at the time. His mum was the scorer, and
his father was the umpire.
Yeah,
no wonder he
but
got
they were all bowled. Yes. This is defended. That's why I put in the all bowled. His dad was the umpire, his mum was the scorer, and his granddad and his brother were watching him as well.
Somebody got 6 for 6 in a league game. couple of weekends ago in Staffordshire. Don't know if you saw that. And the last 3 were all bowled, and it was on video. It was like a senior league game. Quite extraordinary effort.
Bowler comes in again, and that's another leave. Goes low to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. So Luke Robinson's first over of the day is a maiden.
Yeah, good start for the youngster. Exciting, isn't it, when you see a player like that come in and you just think, you never know, do you? You never know. Could disappear without trace, or in 3 or 4 years' time he could be playing for England, winning an Ashes series or something. You just never know. Just reminds me of when Harry Kane joined Norwich City on loan, Marty.
When was that?
Yeah. There's Raine comes in and bowls, and this is played away on the onside by Kashif, and there's no run.
Do they still talk about it in Rothesay?
No, they don't, because he was useless.
He was awful.
Absolutely useless. He played in a side that got knocked out of the FA Cup at Carrow Road by Luton Town when they were non-league, and he missed a couple of golden opportunities, and you would never have thought that you were looking at one of the greatest goal scorers of all time. It was when he was about 19. 39 for 2 as Raine comes in and bowls, and Kashif Ali is on the back foot, plays out on the offside, and there's no run. But genuinely, I always do think, everybody's got to start somewhere, and you just don't know whether you're watching somebody at the start of what is going to be a great career. And some exciting young players around the country at the moment, I think. The Rue brothers down at Somerset, very, very talented, and 1 or 2 others around the country that I expect we'll see a lot of in the future. Raine bowls and beats Kashif outside the off stump. A reminder that I've got a quiz question out there. What's the link, palpable link, between Worcestershire, Durham and Norfolk County cricket clubs?
I've got a suggestion.
Yeah. I'm not going to give the answer out, so even if you're right, I'll nod to you if you're right.
I would think Norfolk and Durham is certain as part of this, but I'm going to go for Martin Sagg as the umpire.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember if there was a Worcestershire element of that or not.
Raine bowls outside the off stump, play and miss from Kashif. Good stuff from Raine. He's got his line back. No, nothing to do with Martin Sagg. So there you go. But
that's all I had to offer, I'm afraid.
Anyway, there is a link between Worcestershire, Durham and Norfolk. At Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter if you'd like to have a go, and I'll give the answer out probably around about tea time. Raine again moves in from the New Road end and bowls, and Kashif is pushing this one up to mid-on, where Ben Stokes is the fielder. And there's no run. It's clouding over quite not alarmingly, but quite quickly at the moment. The blue sky's gone. The weather does generally come from the southwest here at New Road, and it appears to be filling in from there. I don't think the clouds are dark enough to suggest rain even in the southwest, but the light's not as good as it was. As Raine is in again and bowls, and Kashif is very watchfully in behind this on the back foot, plays it up to mid-on. Stokes fields enthusiastically, fires the ball into the keeper, claps his hands, looks as though he's enjoying himself out there. Got a wicket, that of Dan Latigan early on, caught behind, followed up by Raine getting the wicket of Jake Libby, and Worcestershire are 39 for 2 off 11.
Somebody moving in the seats behind the bowler here?
Yeah, somebody just sitting down right by the screen.
Luke Robinson started with a maiden. This is the start of his second over. Comes in and bowls to Rodrick. That's pushed to Stokes at point. Dot ball. Don't often see the the numbers and the letters Stokes, number 38, when Durham are playing. Only been an hour of play now. What, we've been 51 minutes, 39 for 2. Robinson in, pitches and stays really low, taken by the keeper in front of first slip, who ends up on his tummy. In comes the bowler again. Ali drives and hits it straight back at Robinson, who stops it racing away. Managed to deflect it to Alex Lees, who's fielding it mid-off. And it's quite often out of my view because there's a white pillar holding up the roof here, and he's standing behind that a lot of the time. Somebody's gone early on the beers.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Robinson bowls, Ali leaves, it's gone through to the keeper. I think it's time they got the jet washer out on the cathedral, Frank. It's looking a bit grim, isn't it? At the minute, could do with a clean.
That's heresy, Marty. You can't say that.
Yeah, when
the sun's on it, it looks magnificent. You don't jet wash cathedrals.
Of course they do. Well, they sandblast them, don't they?
I don't think there's anything wrong with ours. Lay off.
Needs cleaning. Robinson in again, and that's played by Ali out into the covers, stopped by Elise, who tumbles as he collects it. And he's getting applause from Ben Stokes from about a yard away. 1 run. It was Rodrick who played it, actually. Ali back on strike on 17. Rodrick on 6, 40 for 2. Robinson to Ali. Ali defends a Yorker length looking ball there, plays it back towards the bowler, end of the over, 1 run from it. So Worcestershire put in by Durham this morning, 40 for 2.
Yeah, decent start by Robinson. 2 overs, just the 1 run from them. Saw Rodrick having a word with Kashif in between deliveries after he got up to the other end, just telling him what to expect. His first impressions. They won't have faced Robinson before. I shouldn't think. Kashif might have played against him, I suppose, at some point, but I doubt it. Always interesting for a batter, and likewise for a bowler when they come up against each other for the first time. That's a really good delivery from Ben Raine, and that has Rodrick absolutely feeling for it outside the off stump, really reaching for that one. Made no contact as it went past the outside edge and didn't bounce that much on its way through to Robinson. It was absolute beauty, that one, just perfect. He had to play it, angled in, got to play it. Don't know which way it's going to nip off the seam.
Don't know how it didn't hit.
Just held its line. Classic Raine. He's in again, bowls, and Rodrick is forward this time. Maybe just playing it a little bit later, pushing out on the offside. 40 for 2. Just occasionally feel that when someone's bowling like Raine here, or Sanderson was last week, the batter's just a little bit too early in their play, and I think that's what happened with the ball before from Rodrick. That time he just waited, just let it come a little bit more, played it that bit later, got a bat on it. Raine is in again, bowls. This time he leaves it alone on the front foot, watches it, and then just pulls the bat away. But it's a real test at the moment facing Raine, who will be nearing the end of his spell. He's in his 7th.
Here's one for you, right? This is his 18th game against Worcestershire.
Yeah.
For Durham and Leicestershire, including today, so 22 innings. Sorry, 17th match, and this is the 22nd innings he's bowled in.
Yeah.
How many wickets do you think he's got against him?
He's done well. 22 innings. Comes in now and bowls, pushed out on the onside. Between 50 and 60.
45 including today.
Okay.
And his average, I'm surprised, is 30.6.
Yeah.
Best figure's 4 for 20, which was last
But
year.
I bet in the last 4 years.
Well, he got 4 for 20 here in that 2-day game last year. Also took 2 for 16.
Yeah. He's better now than he was 8-10 years ago. That's the other thing, isn't it? He's matured considerably, hasn't he? And bowls, and thought he might have had another one here. I think Rodrick probably got a nick on that one because he hit him on the pad, and they were all going up as it ran out on the offside, and then they strangled the appeal. I reckon he got a nick on it, but yeah, he's
had 18 wickets in the last since the April 2024 one.
Pretty. I mean, it's not bad, is it? I'm surprised maybe that they've come at 30s, but he's a fine bowler. As I say, I think the general feeling would be that he's probably a better bowler now than he has been at any point. Really, he's just matured as his career's gone on. Not surprisingly, he's in. He bowls, and Rodrick on the walk this time, and he's out. Caught and bowled. So there you go, Ben Raine gets his reward. I say nearing the end of his spell, probably nearing the end of his spell, but he's picked up the 3rd wicket to fall, and it's Gareth Rodrick who's gone for 6. Just pushing forward, bat and pad, it's lobbed up in the air, and Ben Raine's taken an easy return catch. So that's a very, very good 2nd wicket for Ben Raine. Rodrick, an unusual dismissal. Pushing forward, hit the pad first, I think, lobbed up in the air, and he has gone for 6, and Worcestershire are 40 for 3 as Ben Raine picks up his 2nd with the last ball of the 13th over. So well bowled to him. His figures now 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23, and Worcestershire in a bit of trouble as Adam Rose comes out to bat at number 5. So good stuff from Ben Raine, who may well have another one now. I'd imagine he might get replaced at the New Road End by Ben Stokes, who only bowled that little 4-over spell at the start from the Diglis end. Picked up 1 wicket to fall in that spell. Stokes picking up the first one, Latigan out for 2. But it's Raine who's picked up wickets 2 and 3. So Hose will be the non-striker, and it will be Luke Robinson to continue from the Diglis end. Just as a partnership was coming together and Raine was nearing the end of his spell, Worcestershire will feel that they've lost a wicket at an unfortunate time. Kashif on strike, Robinson to bowl. Plays it down defensively on the offside. Off the back foot, banged in quite short by Robinson, who's not a tall man, probably 6 foot or so, tallish, hits the deck quite hard. Young paceman making his way, as we'll see 2 more of those later in the game, with Worcestershire including Harry Darley and Jack Home in their side for this game. Here's Robinson, fast approach, athletic action through the crease. Good carry through to Robinson, but left alone outside the off stump by Kashif. Just having a look if I've got any responses to my quiz question. Anthony Wilson's on the right track, but I'm not going to give any clues or answer out until after tea, or around about tea anyway. Ooh, Robinson bowls, Kashif throws the hands of that. Good pace from the young man. It was wide, And Kashif gets 4 over the slips, outside edge. McKinney's one of the slips, he's a tall man. It went over his head and down to third man for 4, but fluky runs for Kashif. Loose shot from him. He goes to 21 off 24, and it's 44 for 3 with that boundary. Encouragement though for Robinson, who moves in again now. Bowls, and this is a better shot from Kashif. Not going to go all the way, driven through mid-off. Going to bring him a couple of runs as it's pulled in by Lee's moving back from mid-off. 46 for 3. Robinson again is in. Beats Kashif outside the off stump. And taken by Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Jeanette Davey has sent me a message about the cathedral. Marty's really upset them with his comments about the cathedral. He's upset the listeners. She sent me a picture, but I can't get it, Jeanette. Can't open the picture for some reason. I don't quite know why. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Heresy indeed. Played out on the offside by Kashif Ali. 46 for 3. The sun is back with us, I'm pleased to say, and New Road looks an absolute picture. Hose yet to receive a delivery. Kashif went to 23 in that over, and Worcestershire after 14 overs, with Ben Raine to continue, having bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23, are 46 for 3. So it's a good morning for Durham, who won the toss and chose to bat. Ben Stokes returning to their side. They're looking pretty strong. Worcestershire, on the other hand, are very, very thin on the ground, particularly in the pace bowling department, with injuries to Gibbon, Finch and Allison, and Ollie Hannon Dolby recalled from his loan by Warwickshire. So Worcestershire with the seam attack in this game of Taylor, Waite and the 2 youngsters Darley and Home. His Raine is in and bowls, and Adam Hose is forward to his first ball, pushing out on the offside. Emilio Gay coming in from mid-off to do the fielding. Lovely sunshine again now. Umpire Middlebrook crosses from square leg to the offside for whatever reason, as Raine is in once more, and Hose is working this one on the onside past the fielder at short leg, who is Graham Clark. Ben Stokes runs round from mid-on to do the fielding, and they take a single. So Hose is off the mark, and Worcestershire are 47 for 3. So yeah, no correct answers yet for my quiz question. What's the link between Durham, Worcestershire and Norfolk county cricket clubs? At Frank Watson 58 on X, if you'd like to have a go at that. As Raine again is in and bowls, and this is beautifully played off the back foot by Kashif Ali. 4 runs through extra cover, just a little bit short from Raine, and a lovely shot through extra cover. 50 is up for Worcestershire. They've kind of struggled a bit to get there. Well, the runs have come in an hour and 10 minutes, but they've lost 3 wickets in getting them. Kashif, the top contributor, has gone to 27. Ben Raine in once more bowls, and Kashif is on the back foot playing defensively up to Emilio Gay at mid-off, and there's no run. So 51 for 3 Worcestershire. As I say, Kashif the most fluent of the batters so far. Had a bit of luck with that sliced edge to the boundary off Robinson in his previous over, but he has played a couple of particularly attractive shots through the covers off the back foot. It's quite a pleasing batter to watch, Kashif, when he's going, but as I say, he's been short of runs really in recent games, not just this year, and that's probably an indication of why, as he nearly throws it all away with a loose drop. Very fortunate that he didn't get a nick on that. Too wide, didn't really need to play it, his foot was a long way from the ball, and that's exactly the sort of error that he needs to guard against. Keep the good ones out, put the bad ones away. Raine in bowls, and this one he just turns on the onside, and there's no runs. The end of the over from Ben Raine, 51 for 3. Raine, who might be nearing the end of his spell, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 28. Worcestershire struggling on this first morning after losing the toss, and Marty's back.
I'm just wondering if when Adam Howes used to go for net sessions with Hampshire when he was a kid, if he got the ferry over each day, you reckon? Not many cricketers come from the Isle of Wight, is there?
No, there's a few, but no, not many.
They've got the nice ground now, haven't they, which I think is the same size as the outfield at Hampshire. Hampshire have played some one-day games there. I think they played a championship match against Nottinghamshire.
I played at Ventnor on one occasion against Hampshire Cricket Association. I think you're getting a bit of flack from the natives about the cathedral.
Thought I would. Here's Robinson, comes in and bowls. That one's gone off to point. Stopped by Clark Noah, and there. It's not a patch on Durham Cathedral, is it really? You know.
I'm not even going to start this conversation. I enjoyed Durham Cathedral at my daughter's graduation though.
Oh, what a nice place to have it, yeah. We were in a few months ago in the winter. I can't remember what we were doing in Durham, but there was a Sunday afternoon service going on when we were milling around. Robinson bowls. I'm not sure if that was a leave or not there from Howes. It's gone off down to third man for 1.
Might have been on him a bit quicker than he thought, I think.
So Adam Howes, his highest score 266 in a Kookaburra draw at Hampshire last year. I hope we never see those Kookaburra games again. Got 111 for Warwickshire against Notts. Has a 68 for Warwickshire against Durham, going back 6 years. Was with Somerset initially for 3 years in Warwickshire. Then came here in 2023. Started this match with 222 runs this year, clearing 42 and 52 in the draw at Derby and 75 in the win here against Kent. What did you make of that Kent team?
They weren't very good.
No,
but they won the next game.
Yeah.
Matt Milnes played very well, but other than that, they weren't great here.
In comes Robinson. That's played by Ali into the covers. No run there. They looked awful against Durham, but Durham didn't win the game because they lost the whole day's play because of damage caused by Storm Dave.
But they beat Derbyshire the other day. So.
And then Gloucestershire looked awful as well against Durham. I thought, having seen Kent and Gloucestershire in those early exchanges, I didn't think either would do much this season. Probably struggle to get a win on the board, but where are they in terms of the league table now then? Kent the third bottom, Derbyshire second bottom, and Gloucestershire bottom. Robinson to Ali, he's given that a bit of width, and he's out as he's clattered that straight to Graham Clark in the covers. Clark leaping into the air, takes a two-handed catch. Robinson gets a wicket. He's now taken 1 for 8 in 3.4 overs, and Worcestershire are 52 for 4. Kashif Ali going for 27.
Yeah, well, I was just talking about the danger of throwing it away, and he's done exactly that really, having been the one player that's got in. It wasn't a great shot, it was loose, wide, and he has perished, having played pretty well really. Worcestershire are not helping themselves really. I think both Rodrick and Kashif will feel that they have contributed to their own downfall slightly. And Brett Dolivera comes out to bat at 6 with a bit of rebuilding work to do. And he himself struggled a bit in the last game. He got 0 in the second innings at Northampton and just 1 in the first, so not coming into this game full of runs, and that is the problem when you've just been bowled out and lost by an innings in your previous game. You've got your batters coming into the game lacking in a bit of confidence, and then to lose the toss and be out there against Raine and Stokes particularly, not the best way to rehabilitate yourself. But all credit to Durham, they've made a very good start, having won the toss. 52 for 4.
There's the top scorer, Ali, the only one who's got past 10, out for 27. Latigan went for 2, Libby 9, Rodrick for 6. And Worcestershire very much in a spot of bother here, 52 for 4, with Brett Dolivera, the new man. I think his highest score against Durham came in one of those floodlit matches. It's a pink ball game, plays the first ball here out into the covers. Alright. In comes the bowler, and turned by Brett Dolivera to the leg side. End of the over, 1 run from it, but more importantly from Durham's point of view, Luke Robinson's first wicket of the day as well. So Brett Dolivera has got 798 runs against Durham, and his highest score was in that floodlit draw. 122 he made in 2017. That was when in the pink ball game under the floodlights in Chester Street. It was a horrible week. It was the end of June and it was really wet and cold, and Worcestershire sent John Hastings out to number 3 to basically smash the living daylights out of the ball. Paul Collingwood, the Durham skipper, said the pink ball just got so softened it just became like a piece of soap. Casey Aldridge is going to replace Ben Raine from the New Road end,
and he comes in now and bowls short to Adam Hose. That's a real loosener, and Hose says thank you very much, short and wide, cuts it away for 4. Nice gentle long hop, but Casey Aldridge has already made a good contribution this morning with that good catch early on at second slip, and it won't be long before he gets loose, I'm sure, and we'll see some well, he's got some pace, hasn't he, Casey Aldridge? Not always the most accurate in his time with Somerset when he played against Worcestershire, but he's certainly capable of decent pace. Comes in again now and bowls, and Hose is playing another attractive shot off the back foot up to mid-off, and there is no run. 56 for 4 then. If you're just joining us, the men out for Worcestershire, Latigan for 2 to Ben Stokes, and then Raine with a couple of wickets, Libby out for 9 and Rodrick for 6, and Luke Robinson has just picked up the wicket of Kashif Ali for 27. Here's Aldridge again, in and bowls. Hose leaves that alone outside the off stump, a little bit wide, taken low down to his right by Ollie Robinson. Lovely morning here at New Road, not as bright as it was when we started, but very pleasant. Ground looks a picture. Outfield lush green. Just a couple of strips have been used out there. This is just the second game here this summer. And the trees in full leaf between us and the River Severn, as hoses forward somewhat less certainly to this one and gets an inside edge, and it just runs down behind square on the leg side, and the Durham keeper Robinson comes round to do the fielding.
Just looking at some of Brad Dolivera's other performances against Durham, he got 100 in Chester Street in 2022 and 84 there in a draw last year. It was in September last year. I don't think there was any play on day one, was it? The weather was awful.
Aldridge again in bowls, and Hoses driving this one somewhat uncertainly up to Stokes at mid-off. Causes a certain amount of excitement in the slip cordon as he reached for that one a little bit.
Also got 63 here in 2023 and a pair when the sides met in Kidderminster 2 years ago. So it's around about this time of the year, late April, early May. It was quite chilly when we were in that little market.
Quite chilly.
Yeah.
Aldridge in again, bowls, and Hose plays defensively off the back foot out on the offside. There is no run. The end of the over, 56 for 4. It was as cold as I've ever been at a cricket match.
Oh no.
Well, I'm not from the north.
Well, no, the two that I shivered in were not in the north either. Opening round of the season in 2021, when we were commentating with the windows open for COVID protocol at Trent Bridge, it snowed for quite a bit of the last day. It was very still. The snow never settled, and the players just stayed out there, but it was just freezing. And the following week at Essex, with a northeasterly wind and the windows open there, that was absolutely bitter. That was the weekend of Prince Philip's funeral. The players came off for a few hours on the Saturday while the funeral was on, as Dolivera tries to drive Luke Robinson. First ball he's faced of the new over. His highest score's 202 not out. That was against Glamorgan in Cardiff in 2016. Comes into the game with 256 runs this year. He's got 3 half centuries, Brett Dolivera. So Robinson balls, that's cut to Stokes at backward point, no run there. He made 90 in the win against Kent. 75 at Lords, and Grandad's name on the stand at the Diglas end. In comes Robinson bowls. She's gone out into mid-off, no run there. I saw the new T20 tops for Worcestershire in a cabinet in the reception as it came in today. And they went and filmed something in Italy, didn't they, a few weeks ago?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
And is the pattern on the tops something to do with the stained glass window at the cathedral?
Yeah. It's good, actually.
They're what was the reason for going to Italy? I forgot that bit.
Just
somewhere to
have
go.
Something a different sort of kit launch, really.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. There's a really good video.
That's gone through very low and skips before it meets the keeper's gloves.
Which is on YouTube. If people want
I
to
watched it a few weeks back.
Yeah,
so is Ativo an Italian brand? Is it?
You're taking me into areas where I don't know the details really, but I know Brett Dolivera is not going to win any Oscars, but other than that.
And where did they film?
In Genoa, I think.
Genoa, right. Robinson to Dolivera. Dolivera plays that to Stokes again along the floor to backward point. No run there. When we were, been to Italy 2 or 3 times, but we did Lake Garda last year and drove to Venice for a day, but then went down into Umbria. Just fabulous places like Gubbio, Cortona. Siena's a stunning city. Not many people have probably heard of Cortona or Gubbio, but they're gorgeous ancient hilltop towns. Siena's fabulous as well. Robinson in. This is played back up towards the bowler. That is another maiden from Robinson, so he's bowled 5 overs now, 1 for 8 and 2 maidens.
Yeah, it's lovely country. I've been quite a few times, and yeah, absolutely love the place. Brilliant. South and north, it's fantastic. Went to Amalfi for our honeymoon.
Yeah, we went there years ago. Did you stay in Sorrento? In Amalfi?
Stayed in Amalfi,
right,
yeah.
Never made it there. We were driving from Sorrento one afternoon and we stopped at this little taverna for lunch, and then this thunderstorm came across the bay and we couldn't get out of the place.
Quite a drive, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Quite a drive.
Yeah.
56 for 4 as Casey Aldridge starts his second over from the new road end, and Adam Hose is in behind this, pushes back to him, and there's no addition.
Did you go to see Gracie Fields and the Isle of Capri?
Yeah, went to Capri. Yeah, I had a day on Capri. I went on a boat trip. It was fab. It was just wonderful. Absolutely magnificent part of the world, really. Not so keen on Naples itself, but
with its tight
the Amalfi
streets.
coast, fantastic. Aldridge in again, bowls, and hoses forward, steers this one down on the offside.
Got an email here from Ollie Cochrane. The link between Durham, Worcestershire and Norfolk.
Right.
He says, is it they all won the Minor Counties League in the same year? A long, long time ago, he says.
Well,
best wishes,
I'm not
Ollie.
going to give the answer out until after tea, but it's a good shout from Ollie. He's on the right sort of path. Yeah. That's a lovely shot from Adam Hose. Beats the diving fielder at extra cover. First bad ball Aldridge has bowled since his loosener. Short outside the off stump, and Hose on his toes cracks it through extra cover for a boundary. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners coming. Yeah, it's been a tough morning for Worcestershire, Malcolm. They lost the toss and were put into bat. Ben Stokes in the Durham side, and he picked up the first wicket for Durham when he had Dan Latigan caught behind for 2. That was 15 for 1. Lost another wicket without adding any runs. Libby out to Ben Raine, caught in the slips for 9. And since then, Raine's picked up a second. Rodrick out for 6. And a moment or two ago, young seamer Robinson has taken the wicket of Kashif Ali for 27. So Worcestershire in a bit of trouble. We're in the 19th over. Hose is on 10. Dolivera yet to get off the mark. They're 60 for 4. Make that 64 for 4 as a short one from Aldridge is smashed away on the leg side by Adam Hose. That's probably the most authoritative shot of the day so far. Swung away to square leg to the hospitality marquee by Adam Hose, and that takes him to 14 and Worcestershire to 64 for 4. Yeah, that's a good response. I don't want to give the answer out too early, but if he's got that without going on the internet, it's a really good effort. I doubt that he has, but it's not common knowledge, is it, that sort of thing. Aldridge bowls, and Hoses forward, steers this out behind square on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over from Aldridge. 2 overs for 12 from him. Expensive compared to his teammates. 64 for 4.
Peter Lumsden's message, he says, hi Marty, listening to the commentary with my parents on our way back to Tyneside from Aberdeen. We don't have X, so can't guess the answer to Frank's trivia question via that means, but my mam thinks they all won the Minor Counties Championship at some point in the past. Tony Waters meanwhile on Blue Sky says, first day of listening to Marty cricket, summer has started. Matt from Farnham, can you ask Kevin James to go on to Blue Sky, please? Here's Luke Robinson from the Diglas end, bowling to Dolivera, who plays the ball safely up to Lees at mid-off. Hose on 14. Dolivera yet again off the mark. He's faced 9 balls so far. Worcestershire 64 for 4. If you want to get in touch, you can email wearcricket@bbc.co.uk. WEAR, as in the River Wear. Or Marty Cricket Blue Sky. So it's martycricket.bsky.social. Robinson comes in again and bowls. Dolivera is off the mark now as he plays this off the back foot past point, and he'll get 2 as Graham Clark comes to chase it across the field towards our side of the ground. Deep point. Blackbird suddenly got very loud out there. Can you hear that?
My hearing's terrible. I can hear it when the pigeons come and sit by the effects microphone.
They've been trying to build a nest this year, or they've put netting up, haven't they?
They'll try though. They will try.
Robinson to Dolivera. Dolivera defends this one. Plays the ball along the square on the offside. No run. The weather forecast for this round of county championship matches sent to us in a big grid graphic from Katie. Worcester, Friday 20 to 70% chance of rain. Saturday hardly any, less than 5 at one point. Robinson to Dolivera again. Dolivera plays a shot on the leg side to Gay, no run. Sunday and Monday don't look too bad at all. Sunday no rain forecast. Monday possibility of about 30%. Judging by the forecast she's put together, this was due to be the wettest place of all the fixtures today, but hasn't panned out like that, although looking down towards the southwest, the sky's got a little bit greyer there, but bits of broken cloud as well. Sun is peeking through at the moment. 2 balls of this over. That one I think comes off the thigh pad from Dolivera and drifts down to fine leg, picked up by Parkinson. A leg by is going to be signalled.
Jeanette Davey, I've got your picture, thank you very much. I found it. She's asked me to show it to you, Marty.
The goldness.
She thinks the cathedral looks pretty good in that picture.
It does on that one, because the sky's slate grey. And yet another stormy day in Worcester. Here's the last ball of the 20th over, 67 for 4. Robinson bowling to Hose, who leaves that well alone, end of the over. When I look at the gable end of the cathedral, I see though that top above the big picture window, it just looks like a giant plug socket as well, doesn't it? Because there's 3 windows there.
Yeah, it does actually. I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one. Yeah.
I did have a look around there when I was about 14, 15. Me and my nana came down for the day.
It's well worth a wander round. It really is.
Yeah.
It's magnificent. King John, who signed the Magna Carta, is buried in there. I used to spend my Friday mornings sat by him when I taught at the King's School, and went in for assemblies in there. Took it for granted. Casey Aldridge starts a new over. Dolivera pushes out on the offside.
Is it the King's School who've got this fabulous boathouse down here as well? Just
yes.
on the, yeah.
And the fields
Yeah.
next to the ground, but the King's School is set around College Green in the cathedral.
Yeah.
And so you'd have your assemblies in there literally every week and not pay any attention to the magnificent surroundings. Casey Aldridge in again, bowls, and Dolivera is just steering this one rather suspiciously down on the offside as it bounced on him quite steeply. Aldridge, tall man, quite athletic, hits the deck quite hard, gets a bit of bounce. But so far, possibly not asking as many questions as Ben Raine did in that excellent opening spell from the New Road End. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 28. Went past the bat quite a few times. Aldridge bowls, that's loose, short and wide, and Dolivera doesn't miss out. He cuts it down to wide third man. Absolutely slashed at it outside the off stump, picked up a boundary. So just again, Dolivera is just indicating with his hand to Hose something that I thought Rodrick indicated earlier, which is just that the bounce is a little bit uneven, and that one bounced a little bit more. I think we've seen quite a few carry through to Robinson quite high. Odd one skidded through a bit low. Nothing desperate, but that one bounced a bit more than the one before, and Dolivera took advantage. This next one is on a good length and just pushed back up the pitch to the bowler.
I think when Durham were here in the end of the 2023 season, when they won the second division title, the Cathedral was covered in scaffolding then, so there's obviously
Yeah,
some
it
major
was.
repair
Yeah,
work going
it
on.
was. Aldridge in again, bowls, and Dolivera is taking on the pad as he tries to turn this one on the leg side. Graham Clark comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Sun's back with us. Stokes loosening up at extra cover, suggesting he might be on for another spell shortly, or maybe he's just keeping himself loose. Certainly been quite busy out there in the field, quite lively and clapping and encouraging his teammates, enjoying himself, I think. 71 for 4, Aldridge to complete the 21st over. Bowls, Dolivera lets it go outside the off stump. Robinson takes, and there is no run, and indeed Stokes has taken his cap off and is marching purposefully towards the Diglis end, and he's taking off his sweater. He's going to have another little roll.
Matthew Mullins, morning Marty and co from a lovely sunny Shaftesbury in Dorset. Very nice to see Stokes back playing. Always have a soft spot for Worcester, lovely ground, but let's hope the lads can get another win to keep up the good work. Stokes 4 overs earlier, 1 for 14, got a wicket with his 8th ball of the day.
Jeanette Davey has now sent me pictures of Durham Cathedral and Newcastle Cathedral. She's a cathedral freak. They haven't come through yet, Jeanette. The other one took about an hour, so we'll have to wait.
Well, Newcastle Cathedral is right in the city centre, surrounded by lots of big.
It's called St James's Park, isn't it? The cathedral.
Yeah, that's right. It's on the hill. Yeah, Cathedral in Newcastle, surrounded by what's next to the castle, actually, and in comes Stokes to start this new spell. First ball is cut by Hose to Clark at Golino run there. It's around near the high level bridge, whereas of course Durham Cathedral sits on the top of the hill, a bit like Lincoln Cathedral does, and looks out over the whole city. The climb up to Lincoln Cathedral, famous for its cobbled hill. .71 for 4 the score, 21.1 overs gone. In comes Stokes, that is left alone by Hose.
I've just heard from my family that the last update that I did for BBC in Worcester was played over the loudspeakers around the show at Malvern for everybody to learn, much to the embarrassment of my family who were there.
So you're popular in the Petunia stand today?
I'm popular in all sorts of places.
Yeah. They have a big spring
Bizarre.
flower show at Harrogate as well, I think, on the showground there, and then the best show there's the Great Yorkshire Show in the height of the summer. That's a fabulous 3 days. Stokes bowls, that is defended by Hose. We camped at Hanley Swan
Yeah,
a couple of summers ago.
nice place.
And, that's not far from the showground, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's this side of Malvern, Hanley
Yeah.
Swan by Upton.
It was a nice campsite, that, actually. And then there's the pub village with a duck pond across the road. Nice place. We went down to Tewkesbury and hired a boat and went up the River Avon for a few hours. Stokes to Hose. Hose pushes the ball defensively to the short leg area, short mid wicket area to Emilio Gay. It's brightened up a bit at the moment, the sun's shining. Stokes comes in. Ooh, inside edge under the thigh pad there from Hose. Tucked him up a little bit. Durham top of the table after their draw at Lords on a really flat track with a slow outfield. It was almost Kookaburra Ball-esque. So they went into this round of matches with a 6-point lead over Northants following their victory over Worcestershire. with Lancashire down in third. They didn't play last weekend, and Worcestershire down in fourth. So Durham 71 points. They've now got a bowling point today. 72. Northants 65. Lancashire 60. Stokes bowls, Hose forward to that one, plays and misses. Ball just sleeves him slightly. Worcestershire with 55. These two went up together in 2023. Durham won the division by about 50 points or something at the time. Got more batting points than they'd ever had that season as well. And then they both came down together last year. Durham managed just the 2 wins, and Worcestershire the 1. Durham's last victory last season was in May at home to Notts, who then went on to win the title and never lost again. End of the over, 71 for 4. Is that the scran arriving?
Yeah, I think so. Probably sounds like it. If not, it won't be far away. As Casey Aldridge starts a new over from the new road end. Beautiful sunshine now. He's in and he bowls, and Dolivera is turning this one on the leg side. Almost a misunderstanding between the two batters, as Dolivera wanted a single. Host sent him back. Graham Clark came round from mid-wicket to do the fielding. 71 for 4. My par for a morning session is always 80 for 3. I reckon 80 odd for 3 is about par, but if you lose 4, the bowling side's had the best of it. They've got 20 minutes to get another one, Durham, and every chance of doing that. It's been a good morning for the visitors after they won the toss. Aldridge is in again and bowls, and Dolivera is just fending this one down on the leg side. Quite a bit of responsibility on this pair, because when you look at Worcestershire's batting after this, you've got Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor. Well, actually, to be fair, probably they bat fairly well down. Jack Home is a pretty capable batter, actually, the young seam bowler, batting at 10. Harry Darley probably more of a genuine number 11, but Home is a decent batter at league and second team level. Aldridge bowls. Dolivera is beaten outside the off stump by a good one that bounced and left him a little bit. So Brooks, Waite, Taylor and Home can all play their part, but Worcestershire are going to need that depth, and their attack, as we've already said, is absolutely decimated in this game. Their seam attack, not just by injury but by Warwickshire recalling Ollie Hannon-Dolby from his loan 4 games early. Aldridge bowls. Dolivera on the back foot plays into the covers. Emilio Gay does the fielding, and there's no run.
Another guess for your quiz question from Paul Wilson in Hartlepool. Durham, Norfolk and Worcestershire jointly won the inaugural Minor Counties Championship in 1898.
Yeah, that's not a guess.
Eh?
That's not a guess.
That's not a guess. Well,
No, it's a correct answer. He's. I mean, you don't know that, do you? So he's,
well, he might know it.
He's obviously. I doubt it. I very much doubt it. Aldridge bowls again, and Dolivera leaves outside the off. That's the answer. We might as well give it. I think your first email response was correct, and somebody else has got it too. They shared the Minor Counties Championship in 1895, which is interesting. It was just a few years before Worcestershire became a first-class county. Durham and Norfolk obviously remained minor counties, but when Worcestershire were a minor county, they shared it. And it was 1895. Last ball of the over is Fuller from Aldridge, driven into the covers by Dolivera, who moves on to 6. Hose has 14, and it's 71 for 4 at the end of the 23rd over, and Ben Stokes eager as ever to continue, peels his sweater off and takes his cap off and marches smartly to the Diglis end. He doesn't just look as though he's up for it, he looks as though he's actually really enjoying it, the England captain.
Paul had that down for 1898?
1895.
1895 was right. So see, he might not have looked on the line.
Well, no, okay. Well, if he hasn't, fair play to him. I think that's a really good effort.
Here is Stokes bowling to Hose from the Diglis end. Slightly overbalanced as he delivers this one. Hose plays it up to mid-off, no run there.
I'll have another one tomorrow. I'll try and find.
So if anybody gets them right, then they've cheated. Is that
no. What I try, it's really hard. What I try to do, I try to get a question that you can't Google. if you like.
Yeah.
But it isn't very easy because everything's out there now, isn't it? It isn't.
Unless
it
you
isn't
use
easy.
AI, which could completely change what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I just tried. It's just a bit of fun, really.
Stokes comes in and bowls. Oh, that nips in and whacks Hose in the thigh part. It doubles him up briefly.
Players
AI.
who played for both counties is often quite a good one.
Yeah, well, sad to see Norman Gifford passing away a few weeks ago. He was the Durham coach in 2000 when I first started covering them for the radio station, and met him here last time. Was he here? Was it? Here last year?
Maybe
2 years.
Well, last year, but
right, maybe a couple of years.
Yeah,
I think.
it might have been a couple of years ago. He was here very frequently.
Hose comes down the track here to Stokes and looks to drive the ball out into the covers. It's a dot ball.
Virtually every game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi Marty and the gang, says Paul. Greetings from a sun-kissed and fairly warm Costerdale Hartlepool. Glad to see Ben Stokes back for Durham. Should be with you for the duration as I'm working from home.
I wish we had a gang.
A gang, yeah. Well, Stefan said he'll come on a bit later on. Stokes bowls. This is played by Hose out through mid-wicket for 1 run. Gay is fielding out there, but he was on the boundary. So he comes off the Riverside boundary rope to the edge of the square to field that. Hose on 15. Dolivera now on strike on 6 from 25 balls. Worcestershire 72 for 4. Paul does a thing each day where he compiles a list of cricketing and cycling events on this day in history. So births, deaths and major events or incidents that have happened. Stokes starts his run up. In past the umpire and bowls. Dolivera plays the ball defensively into the floor and off to Luke Robinson at point. Sir Henry Dudley Gresham Leveson Gower, there's a name for you. English cricketer who played for Oxford University in Surrey and then England. I wonder if David Gower was any distant relative. Michael Bevan, born on this day in 1970, Australian. Stokes in, Dolivera leaves that one, it skips through the keeper. That's the end of the over, 1 run from it, 72 for 4.
Bit of rebuilding work. I mean, basically these two would just be saying, come on, we've got to get through to lunch, regroup at lunch. Done a bit, hasn't it? It's been a good pitch, I would say. My assessment at this stage, it's always difficult from here, and it's always difficult, as we all know, until both sides have bowled and batted on it. But it looks to me like a pretty good surface. We've seen some good shots played off front and back foot. There's a bit of pace in it. Aldridge bowls. Hose is walking into this one, playing it back to him.
Can you remember?
A bit of carry, and a little bit of sideways movement, but it's not been going past the bat, left, right, and centre. So I think it's a decent contest out there.
Can you remember what the main issue was last year when the match was over in 2 days? Was just going all over the place.
Same all season. Yeah, absolutely. It was every game. Every single game as Hose drives this fuller delivery from Aldridge straight to Stokes at mid-off. There was one game where Essex didn't bowl very well in one game and Worcestershire got a score, and then Surrey, Worcestershire got a decent score, but basically in every game it just seemed around all over the place, and there was nothing anybody could do about it. Libby got 100 in the last game of the season, I think. Aldridge bowls again. Hose plays defensively. No, Libby got I think Libby got 200s in one game, and it wasn't until the last game of the season that a visiting batsman got 100. It was just incredibly difficult to bat on.
Durham,
really
when they
was.
first moved to the Riverside in 1995, it was a minefield.
Yeah, it was just very difficult to bat on. It just did too much. Aldridge bowls, hosed edges, looking to drive, but gets a thick outside edge out on the offside for a single. Callum Parkinson goes back to do the fielding. Yeah, it wasn't a minefield. It wasn't going to take your head off. Well, it just did too much. It seemed around all over the place, and it was very, very, very difficult. And of course, what happens then, Artie, is it gets into the batter's head, doesn't it? So he's played there 6 times, and it's been like that all the time. He's almost beaten before he goes out there. This one left alone by Dolivera outside the off stump. 73 for 4.
Have you heard
it
of
was hard work.
Have you heard of Francis Parr? Can you remember Francis Parr? Was an English jazz musician, a trombonist, but also played for Lancashire. He was a wicket-keeper for Lancashire. Died on this day in 2012, aged 83.
Aldridge bowls down the leg side. Dolivera plays and misses. Annoyed with himself he didn't get a bat on it. End of the over from Aldridge, who's been a little bit more wayward than his colleagues. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. His figures. And Worcestershire with 10 minutes to go to lunch. 73 for 4.
So he was a Francis who went under the name of Frank.
Yeah, like Sinatra. Yeah.
Cricketing events
There
on
are
this
many.
day. 1923, Jack Hobbs scored his 100th 100 for Surrey against Somerset in Bath, a Bath as we say. And the Sri Lankan bowler Mataya Muralitharan in 2004 set a new test record, bowling taking off 520 wickets. In 1983, Bernardino won the Vuelta a España cycle race, which I'm surprised to see it was that early in the year. Ben Stokes starts his next over, his 7th. This is defended by Hose, goes off the point. It now takes place in September, so with the Giro d'Italia starting this weekend. Wonder if Francis Drake was known as Frank to his mates. What do you reckon?
Well, I don't know. I took over from John Curtis the responsibility for writing Worcestershire's Wisdom material, and my season review from last season was given the byline Francis.
Oh.
To my surprise.
This is a dot ball as Hose plays the ball back to Stokes up the middle of the track.
But as I said, my late mother would have been delighted because she never called me Frank. In fact, nobody in my immediate family, my original family, has ever called me Frank. Ever. Francis or Fran. I was always known as Fran until I went to university, and somebody misheard me when I said my name was Fran, and they thought I said Frank, and that's how it changed.
Stokes pulled out through deep mid-wicket by Hose. 2 runs there. Now, did the umpire's arm go up there again or not?
Didn't see it, no. He's bowled short deliberately because he's got a man out there, hasn't he, for the pull shot, but Hose managed to get it further in front of square than Stokes might have anticipated.
Julia Wetherell asks, what is the year 1895 famous for in the context of Sunderland AFC? Well, I would presume it was it the year they were formed? Or was it the year they moved to Roker Park? Next ball from Stokes is defended. There's friends of ours who live in the Roker area. They've got a blue plaque on their house because it was one of the original Sunderland football grounds, their house. So their house was built on what was a sports field, and the players used to use the nearby Wolsey pub as the dressing rooms. Two balls left of this over. Hose long way forward to meet that one, and he's driven it past Luke Robinson in the covers. Robinson chases towards the Ladies Pavilion. 2 more runs to Hose. Where are we? 10 to 1. So 25.5 overs gone. Hose has 20 from 36 deliveries. Dolivera 6 from 29. And Worcestershire 77 for 4 put in by Durham this morning. They lost Latigan for 2, Libby for 9, Rodrick for 6, and then Ali, the last man to go, pulling a ball from Luke Robinson to Graham Clark when he was on 27. Last ball of the over. Hose down the track again here, takes 2 or 3 steps just to negate any short ball, and just snuffs that one out. End of the over. 4 runs from it.
77 for 4.
I can smell bacon sandwiches.
Somebody's opened their packed lunch. 10 minutes to go. Well, actually 7 minutes, 8 minutes to go on the board, so we'll probably get this over and 1 more from Stokes. Yeah, I can smell it now as well.
Are we having
I don't know what we're
ham?
having. I don't know what we're having. Fish and chip maybe
Is
on
it?
Friday. I don't know. Haven't seen her.
People are eating.
There's Aldridge in, bowls, and Dolivera is walking into this, pushing up to Ben Raine at mid-on. And there's no run. It's a lovely, lovely day here at Worcester. It's just about perfect temperature to play cricket. A little bit chilly in our box, but most of the players out there without sweaters, which is good news. Their numbers are clearly visible to us here. Always helps. Aldridge in, bowls, and Dolivera gets runs down to 3rd man. Probably going to be 4 of them. It is a vain attempt to pull it back in by Callum Parkinson. Is it running down there? No. Can't see who it is.
Looks like Parkinson to me. Yeah.
Actually, it was Parkinson, wasn't it? Yeah. Anyway, slid after it, tried to flick it back. It was a good effort, but he didn't manage to pull it back in.
Ian Phillips sent an answer to the question you asked earlier. He was wondering, have Norfolk knocked Durham and Worcester out of a one-day cup competition in the past?
No, that's not what it was. Clipped away this one by Dolivera. And again, it's not going to go all the way. It's going to bring him 3 though, as Graham Clark chases it back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. The outfield, as Marty said, quite lush, and it just held up inside the rope there. But a good shot from Dolivera. He goes to 13, 84 for 4. No, I'm not aware of Worcestershire having. Well, certainly, I mean that wasn't the answer, but whether Norfolk have ever beaten Worcestershire, I don't know. I'm not aware of that. If that is the case, Aldridge bowls, Hose drives, lovely shot, beautifully driven and beautifully fielded off his own bowling by Casey Aldridge, reaching down to his left, made it look as though it wasn't moving at all, which was a very good effort considering he was in the middle of his follow through. So we might have the company of Stefan Schemilt, is it? Schemilt, the BBC cricket correspondent who is here today, might join us at some stage.
Ooh.
This one outside the off stump, and a play and a miss from Adam Hose. So it's been a good morning for the visitors. Good morning for Ben Stokes. He's got through it without any alarms in terms of injury. And I mean that's the main thing, isn't it, as far as Stokes is concerned. Just come back, get some cricket, get a few runs, pick up a wicket or 2 and don't get injured. Aldridge bowls, Hose clips this away on the leg side. That will go all the way for 4. Half volley on the leg stump. Aldridge kicks the ground in frustration. To the end of the over. We'll have 1 more before lunch. Adam Hose has moved on to 24 and Worcestershire are 88 for 4. And Casey Aldridge 6 overs 1 maiden No wicket for 28. The most expensive as the bowlers. Stokes will bowl the last over before lunch.
Not just Chris Cook, but everybody. So please don't forget the outfield at lunch today. Thank you very much.
Stokes to continue. This is his 8th over, 1 for 19 so far. He got almost up to the stumps there and Dolivera backed away. Somebody moving in the seats next to the sight screen at the Diglis end. The amount of disruptions at Lord's the other day, people sitting in the members area and getting up and wandering around during overs from the pavilion end. Stokes in again. And that's defended by Dolivera. It runs away off towards the leg side. No run there. Where are we? What's the time now? 2 minutes to 1. Last over before lunch as Stokes comes in and bowls. Dolivera plays one off the legs, out through the leg side. Stopped by Gay, but he'll get a quick single. Takes him on to 14. 89 for 4. Very little in the way of wind. None of the trees appear to be moving at all.
No.
Stokes comes in and bowls. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Durham either end up here around about May Bank holiday or when this flower festival's on, or right at the end of the season. Amount of times I come down here and really struggle to find somewhere to stay. The flower lovers or a bank holiday weekend. Is the whole of the county showground used for this event? Or,
Yeah, it's big.
Big one, is it?
Yeah.
Stokes bowls, Hose turns that to fine leg. Parkinson's around there, but he's not going to be able to cut it off. He's fielding in front of the hotel. It's gone for 4. First pied wagtail of the day arrives on the outfield as well. It is wagging its tail, looking for grubs and mites in the grass. 93 for 4 from that boundary. They've gone a bit early at the cathedral with a 1 o'clock announcement there.
It is 1 o'clock. Yeah.
It's just gone, yeah. Stokes bowls, Hose forward to this one. Plays it safely up to Raine at mid-on, dot ball. So last ball of the morning session, 93 for 4. Hose on 28 from 43, Dolivera on 14 from 34. They've added 41, these two. Brought a bit of stability when it was much needed. Stokes comes in. Hose jabs his bat down on a Yorker length ball, and that is lunch. 93 for 4 after 28 overs.
Yeah, so there we go. A wicket for Ben Stokes in the 4th over of the morning. Dan Latigan caught behind by Lou Robinson for 2. Next over, Libby caught at second step by Casey Aldridge off Ben Raine for 9. 15 for 2 at that point. 40 for 3 when Gareth Rodrick was caught and bowled off a bat and pad looper by Ben Raine for 6. 52 for 4 when Kashif Ali, who'd played brightly for his 27, mishit a drive out into the covers and was caught in the covers by Clark off Robinson for 27. But since then, good partnership by Hose and Dolivera, taking Worcestershire to 93 for 4 from 28 overs. Hose has 28 off 44, Dolivera 14 off 34. And the bowling figures for Durham: Raine 8 overs 3 maidens, 2 for 28. Stokes 8 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Robinson 6 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 10. And Casey Aldridge 6 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 28. That's the situation here at New Road at lunch. We will be back with live commentary from the resumption at 1:40. Until then, from myself, Frank Watson, and from Martin Emerson, thank you for your company, and we will speak to you later.
of Dolivera. It just rolls to a vacant short leg position, and Emilio Gay is in to pounce on it.
Jack Home is a slip of a lad, only 20 years old last week. Slip of a lad, the quickest on the Worcestershire staff. I think it's generally thought quite raw, but has got some real pace.
Another one off the pace bowling production line. These parts.
He's a Shropshire boy from a very strong cricketing family in Shropshire, the Holmes.
Robinson in past the ump and balls to Dolivera, who just a controlled, you'd call it half an edge or a guide down towards third man. Beddingham does the field in just a single, 99 for 4.
But early days, and he's still quite raw, still got quite a lot to learn, but he has got some real pace. Made a good impression in the One Day Cup, not last season before when he first broke through, having just left school. A few injuries since then, but a bit like Robinson. He's even more slight than Robinson, but really does come in quickly and bowl with a bit of pace.
Robinson balls and Ho's big flash outside the off stump. That's gone through quickly into gloves of Ollie Robinson. And this is 7th over, Luke Robinson. He's got figures of 1 for 15. I'm sure Martin would have spoken about before lunch the circumstances of his first class debut last week. Kemar Roach was injured at Lords.
Yeah.
He gets presented with his cap on the boundary edge by Graham Onions. I mean, what an introduction to professional first class cricket. Starting this game and bowling from the far end with a big white sheet behind him acting as the sight screen. He's in and bowls to Hose, who's on the front foot pushing firmly to Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. There's one delivery of the over remaining. One of my I really enjoyed watching Ben Stokes this morning, not when he was bowling but when he was in the field, because when he's captain in England he is so busy, can't sit still. I would describe him as an impatient captain. Actually, he's got 5 or 6 different plans going on at once. He's always marching around, pointing his hands, talking to the bowlers. Robinson in to complete the over, and Hose just defends into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 99 for 4. And obviously Ben Stokes isn't captain in this game, so it was interesting to see how Ben Stokes filled his time between deliveries, because he didn't have the captaincy bit to do, and he was in all sorts of different fielding positions. I saw him at mid-on, mid-off, he was at point, down at third man, stretching, clapping his hands, running around trying to get his hands on the ball. Just that bundle of energy.
I said made the point in commentary, he was like a kid, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like somebody who's really happy to be out there and just wanting to be involved all the time, firing it into the keeper when he fielded it, and he looked as though he was really enjoying being out there, and that's great, because it must get hard. And I'm sure many of us would say, well, for goodness sake, if you can't enjoy captaining England, what can you enjoy? But there are a lot of stresses involved, which he won't be feeling quite so much today. Ben Raine in, bowls, and Dolivera is beaten by an absolute beauty. And that I sort of noticed a couple of times batsmen this morning making that gesture to each other that suggests that the ball has bounced a little bit more than they might have expected, and that one climbed quite considerably from not very far short of a length. And Ben Raine, bustling burly seamer that he is, hits the deck quite hard, but not quite expecting to get that much bounce. That really took off, and it was just as well for Dolivera it wasn't a yard straighter, and he's left that one alone outside the off stump. Ben Raine is a tremendous county seam bowler for me, one that's done a lot of damage against Worcestershire at various times in the past, and with white and red ball in his hand, but he just seems to just be getting better and better really towards the back end of his career. He knows exactly what he can do, not dissimilar from what I saw at Northampton on Sunday with Ben Sanderson, to be honest. Different build, but very similar sort of bowler. In again now, and again just in that corridor outside the off stump, and Dolivera makes a good decision to leave it alone. Knows his trade, doesn't he, Stefan?
Oh, they've always got someone, haven't they?
Yeah.
Durham Potts, Rushworth, Onions, Harmison.
Yeah. Yeah.
The list goes on.
Absolutely.
Disappointed that James Minto's not playing. I haven't seen him in the flesh yet.
In comes Raine and bowls, and that was a bit fuller, and Dolivera drives straight to Stokes at mid-off. I saw Minto here last year in the England under-19s against India in 2 one-day games, when along with everybody else he suffered at the hands of Suryavanshi, who played one magnificent innings, and it really special to see that young man with a bat in his hands. But Minto did bowl well. Dolivera on the walk again, trying to disturb Raine's length. Doesn't quite manage it. Raine just holds it back a bit, and Dolivera rather uncertainly pushes up to Ben Stokes at mid-off once again. 99 for 4 Worcestershire. These two have added 47 so far for this 5th wicket, but they're finding life a little bit more difficult in this post-lunch session so far than they did immediately prior to the interval. Just the 2 slips in now as Raine comes in to complete the over, and Dolivera gets a run, just moving inside the line and working this one away behind square, and the 100 is up for Worcestershire. A ripple of applause. Dolivera keeps the strike. 31 overs gone.
We talked about him with the life in the surface, actually, and how it looks a good cricket wicket. That's a bit of something for everyone. What would you expect the surface to do over the course of the 4 days? What do they tend to do?
It's interesting. That is, we were having a similar discussion before the interval about this. I have to say that when I came to the game against Kent 2 weeks ago, I had no idea what to expect.
Luke Robinson starts a new over from the far end, and Dolivera defends with a straight bat, and there is the lively Ben Stokes, who's throwing the ball into the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. No run. And
Steve Manfield, the groundsman, who I know quite well, shared that view. You know, what's it going to be like, Steve? I really don't know. Last year, you can't argue with the facts. Worcestershire only got 3 batting bonus points here all season. They came in 1 innings. It was very, very difficult to bat on.
Robinson comes bustling into Dolivera, who Kane Williamson style just guides the ball down towards Bedingham at third man in front of our commentary position. Single taken, 101 for 4. Dolivera has 22.
And then against Kent in that game 2 weeks ago, it played quite well. It flattened out. It was at its best to bat on day 2, I think. And I would probably, provided we don't get much rain overnight, I would expect that to be the same here. But as for what a par score is, it's probably too early to say, because last year a par score was 200. This year I'd say maybe nearer 3.
Robinson to the tall figure of Hose, who defends with on the walk with a high front elbow, and there's no run. Am I right in thinking that was it a drier winter here with fewer floods?
6 floods this winter, 7 the previous.
Right. Okay. So,
but the first this is where I've suggested this to the groundsman. He thinks it might be the case. The first flood this winter, just gone, came later.
Hose wafts his bat and waits for Robinson. That's a lovely straight drive back past the bowler. Should pick up 4. Stokes is chasing it, the England captain. In fact, he just pulls it in front of the sheet that is acting as the sight screen. They run 2 onto the Worcestershire score, so onto 103 for 4. So are we thinking later flood?
Right, so first flood came later, which means that the work that they do in October on the square, top dressing, reseeding, etc., had taken root.
Okay.
And therefore when the flood came, it didn't get washed away. The previous year, everything they did was washed away, and it happened again and again and again.
Hose waits for Robinson. Lovely clip through mid-wicket. That will be 4. Timed really sweetly. Poor delivery really from Robinson. Nothing more than a straight half volley, and Hose just had to turn it past Emilio Gay at a straightish mid-wicket. Worcestershire 107 for 4.
So consequently, March, February, March 2025, completely resown the square, put a tent up with lights to try and encourage the growth, etc. Got some grass on it, but it wasn't properly rooted, and that was the problem throughout the season, we think.
Okay, I'm going to try and surmise that theory at the end of this over. One delivery to come, Robinson bowls to Hose, who defends from the crease to the point field at end of the over. Robinson's bowled 8 figures of 1 for 22, and Worcestershire 107 for 4, Dolivera 22, and Hose 34. So the floods are inevitable. We just need them late. That's the
yeah. I mean, when I've been in Worcester for off and on, but I first came to Worcester in 1980, and it used to flood, but they reckoned it flooded once a winter, and it was good for the ground, sort of fertile silt, and it was regarded as a good thing, and the pitches were flat and so on. The floods have increased in frequency since then. This theory about the late flood it would need to happen over more than 1 year for it to be really proven, I think.
Let's jump to conclusions.
Ben Raine starts a new over with one that is wide enough for Dolivera to leave alone. But the other thing that is often forgotten is that, and I was talking to Phil Neal about this the other day, in the glory years in inverted commas of the late 80s, 87, 88, 89, the pitches weren't flat here at New Road. When Graham Hitt was getting all those runs, there were a lot of up and down pitches, there were a lot of broken fingers, particularly 1990, I remember. Ben Raine bowls. Dolivera, whose dad would have been playing in that side, plays forward, back to the bowler, and there's no run. So it wasn't always flat, and floods have been a problem. I think my theory, if it stands, I was going to say holds water, that would have been a bit silly, but
it definitely does.
If it's got any credibility, my theory is just that if the first flood doesn't happen till, say, November, then you've got a chance of recovery. But the other thing about 24-5 winter that Stephen Manfield told me, which does put into perspective how difficult his job is, Dolivera on the walk again defends this one from Raine, that between October and February, I think, with the dates, the square was underwater. And when I say underwater, I don't just mean wet, it was under several feet of water for 39 days. That is just incredible, isn't it? To think that you even played cricket here last summer. You were looking at a lake for 39 days between October and February or March, and that water would have gone away again and then come back again and then gone away again and come back again. It was just crazy. It really was.
I think Brett Dolivera has just been told.
Raine bowls, lets it go outside the off stump. Yeah, had a word with the square leg umpire.
The square leg umpire, I think, has just had a word with Brett Dolivera about his movements down the pitch. I think he might have been, in his eagerness to get to the... We talked about it, didn't we? Both of these players have been advancing down the pitch to knock the bowlers off their line and length or to negate the movement. And sometimes umpires get a bit twitchy about that if batters start encroaching on the danger zone. I know sometimes we can relate that to bowlers being in the danger zone.
Raine again bowls. Dolivera plays on the onside. There's no run.
I think Dolivera was just a polite conversation with the square leg umpire.
I don't think I don't think they can stop the batsman from using his feet, can they?
It's tricky.
If they feel he's scuffing it up.
It's tricky
in some way.
Let's go back to your point of batting here in the 80s and early 90s when Graham Hitt was scoring all those runs.
Raine again is in. Dolivera taken on the pad, tried to fend this one away on the onside, didn't know much about it. Very good over that from Ben Raine. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 30. Now for him it's 107 for 4.
And how there might have been the odd broken finger. Is that anything to do with the overseas fast bowlers that were knocking around county cricket at that time?
Everybody had one, didn't they? But I mean, I particularly remember the 1990 season. I was talking to Tim Curtis about it as well the other day, because he was one of the players who did break a finger. But there were very up and down pitches, and you would often get, Damien Dolivera struggled with it. Hick tended not to be troubled by that kind of thing.
Nice tall man,
but
though.
the rest of
the
rest of the batters did struggle that year.
Robinson starting to over to Hose, who's slashing again outside the off stump, and that is
the pace, isn't it?
It is real pace from Luke Robinson, because Ollie Robinson, his namesake, behind the stumps, who's a decent distance back, has almost been knocked off his feet as he's taken that one, and Beddingham, the third man fielder as well, has just taken a few paces to his left to go a little bit finer, almost in a catching position down there at third man if Hose gets a top edge on that attempted cut. But we've talked about it already, that Luke Robinson starting a first class game for the first time has looked quick, and Hose again is reaching for one outside the off stump. I think he thought there, Hose, that might have been a wide, but again, good pace, good carry from Luke Robinson at the start of the over. 107 for 4. He's 22 years old. He's played a few 5-list A games, 70 20s for Durham. Born in Sunderland. But yeah, the way I would describe his bowling at the minute is he's got bustle. 2 slips go down, he bowls to Hose, who's leaving this one on the front foot.
I can see what Hose is doing here. He's given width, he's throwing the hands at it, I think, and it's a calculated risk. You know that Ben Raine at the other end is offering very little. Ben Stokes has been tidy. Casey Aldridge also gave the odd opportunity. I think they've made their mind up that if they got any width, they're going to throw the kitchen sink at it. Because you've got to take advantage of whatever scoring opportunities come along. He only needs to get it slightly wrong.
The other thing is if Hose were to get a top edge, it's not actually that big a boundary down here towards third man. The rope's in 15 yards maybe, as Hose is defending on the back foot to Robinson, who lets out a yelp as he delivers the ball. No run, 107 for 4.
The similarities between Home and Robinson are quite significant, I think. It'll be interesting to see, but he bowls at a similar pace, and accuracy is not a strong point yet, something that the coaching staff are working on. But if you get the batsman playing shots, you've got a chance of getting him out.
Robinson bowls and Hose leaves on the walk on the front foot. The other thing I just wanted to ask you with the local knowledge is, it feels are we playing a little way across the square at the moment? It's quite a short.
It's quite short on the cathedral side.
It is, yeah. And the last time I think I was at this ground was for an England women's one-day international a couple of years ago.
Right.
England played against South Africa, and that game was played more over this side of the square towards the pavilion. But at the moment, to the cathedral side, it's quite short, and it's quite a trek, isn't it, from the players from the pavilion, and the rope is. Well, what's that, 30 yards, do you reckon, in from the fence over on this right-hand side?
On this side, yeah, probably. It's
Robinson bowls to Hose, again leaving outside the off-stump. Good over that, good battle, good cricket. Hose trying to get after Robinson in the early part, and Robinson bowling a slightly fuller length towards the end of it, and Hose being a little bit more watchful. Worcestershire 107 for 4 after earlier on losing Latigan for 2, Libby for 9, Rodrick for 6, and Kashif Ali for 27. That was 52 for 4, this partnership between Hose and Dolivera, now with 55.
Yeah, I'd say the pitch that was used against Kent 2 weeks ago that you could see out there, the only other one that's worn, I think the one this way from that pitch is about the middle of the square. Raine starts a new over, Dolivera leaves outside the off stump, but the rope is a long way in, and it didn't used to be like that. They would often have had that rope right back, and of course there was a time where you didn't even have a rope, and sometimes on one side or the other you'd play right up to the fence.
Now that would be a big
health and safety.
It would be a big hit. That would
things, but yeah,
because presumably they could play even further across if they wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, and they do. I mean, I would say the furthest across is probably just break off as Raine bowls. Dolivera tucked up by this one, which I think nipped back, and he just drops his hands onto it, plays it out on the onside, about where Emilio Gay's fielding would be, as far as they would go for a first class game. I think I've seen them that far across, but
wouldn't be
well,
much.
maybe about 1, 2, 3, 4 across from where they are now, and it is a short boundary then on that side.
Tell you what, I'd be worried if I was in the cathedral if they were playing over there.
Got to clear the river first.
Yeah.
And you've got the net area over there, but yeah, it's not the biggest square in the world, but having said that, you know, you go to Lords and Edgbaston and see games played on very short boundaries. Well, there's a minimum, isn't there, that they have to meet. Graham Clark's gone back into short leg now, so he's taken the floppy off and put the helmet on, and he's about 6 or 7 yards away from Brett Dolivera. 2 slips there as well as Ben Raine is in once more, and Dolivera is forward and pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. Big innings for Dolivera, 0-1 in the last game at Northampton, so having started the season quite well. He had 2 failures in that one and came in here at a time of crisis. He's dropped down the order 1, as has Hose, with Rodrick having moved up to 3 for the game at Northampton. Raine bowls, Dolivera is forward, pushes out into the offside, and Emilio Gay fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, the short legs in the game, isn't it? When batters are walking at the ball, we saw it earlier on when Rodrick was caught and bowled by Raine. The inside edge onto the pad that's looped up, and Raine was able to take the ball in his follow through. And short leg is there partly to help keep the batter in the crease if they do want to walk, but if they do, the inside edge could balloon.
Well, it was an unusual dismissal, the Rodrick one, wasn't it? And it was brought about by the fact that he was on the walk.
It's Ben Stokes having a chat with Raine now. He's not the Durham captain. That's Alex Lees, but there is Stokes having a word with the bowler from mid-off.
Here's Raine then. 2 balls left in his 12th. He's in, bowls, and Dolivera is fortunate here. He's got 4 off the edge, all along the ground, down to third man. He won't mind that, but Raine will be a bit frustrated having found the edge. Nelson comes up, 111 for 4, and quite a few gone through third man. Discussion I've been having with some of the Worcestershire coaches recently about the fact that you get your bowlers to focus on the top of off stump, and they find the edge, and you concede runs through third man.
It's not fashionable.
It drives me mad. Raine bowls again outside the off stump. Dolivera leaves, and there's no run. Ollie Hallen-Dolby at Northampton bowled about 6 overs in one spell. Did not bowl 1 ball down the leg side. Had a long leg for the entire spell and conceded about 16 runs through third man.
Some bowlers, they just like the insurance of that field, don't they? That as soon as the long leg isn't there, they are more likely to stray down the leg side.
It drives me mad. Anyway,
there is a third man in place for Robinson. It's Beddingham who's making the stroll down here, and Callum Parkinson is down at long leg in front of the flat. So we've got 2 slips, a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket as Robinson bowls to Hose. And again, just like the end of the last over, Hose lets the ball go outside the off stump. Tall man just scratches at his guard, 107 for 4. Not quite as sunny as it was first thing this morning. The clouds have come in, but it's dry for now. Lovely scene. Cathedral away over, directly opposite the commentary position, just behind Emilio Gay at mid-wicket. Decent crowd as Robinson is in, bowling to Hose, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. Spectator sort of in every stand all around the ground.
Friday's the best day usually for crowds at New Road. The weekend, I think other cricket impact and football as well still going on, or less so this weekend than a couple of weeks ago. But Friday does tend to be the best attended days. I think we had 2,000 in the game against Kent on the Friday.
Robinson hares into Hose, who's driving. Ben Stokes moves around from mid-off to his left and whips the ball into the wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson. Again, there's no run, 111 for 4 Worcestershire. Of course, we blast time soon as well, won't we?
And the only ground without floodlights, obviously, Worcester. Blast games in the evening tend to start at 5:30, and they're very well attended. Already sold out for the game against the Bears.
Is that okay at 5:30? Does it get a bit murky by the end, or does it tend to be all right?
Well, it'll be different this time because it's a bit earlier, isn't it?
Robinson bowls to Hose, who's slashing off the back foot. He gets it through, past point. There'll be a chase all the way to the rope. In fact, the outfield's just maybe a touch on the slow side, and Clark does well to slide and drag the ball back in. They run 3 Worcestershire, so move on to 114 for 4. Hose on to 37.
But so maybe in May it might get a little bit gloomier. But they're popular. They're very popular evenings, very well attended, and
we just need to
as I say, the Bears game is always a big sellout, a real big night for both teams.
Dolivera raises his bat and leaves the ball alone as Robinson is once again outside the off stump. If it gets a bit dark, you just need the people who live in the flats to just turn their lights on.
So that's the hotel, actually. You can. I mean, I just noticed when one of the advertising boards lit up when you were talking about the cathedral a minute ago that it's got quite gloomy now, hasn't it, compared to how it was before?
It was very warm and bright this morning when I pulled up.
The southwest where the weather comes from looks a bit brighter this afternoon, where the flower show's going on at Malvern, the other big attraction in the county at the moment.
Last ball the over from Robinson, and Dolivera rides the bounce. One of those that just spits from back of a length, but Dolivera was behind it and angling the blade of the bat down towards third man for a single. 115 for 4. I'll make way in a moment and let Martin take my place. But I've got to say thank you to the car park attendant who was.
He let you in. You did.
He
well
did.
To get
So
in there.
I was very early. It was just about 9:30, and I sort of pulled up and I don't come to New Road too often. I sort of dangled my pass out the door and said, where's the press car park, please? He says, well, you're here now, you might as well come in. I thought I'm very lucky, so I'm parked behind that white marquee.
You are lucky because it's players and officials mainly on this side, and they even get a bit grumpy when we locals try and come in, and until you have to. It's one of those things, isn't it? You've obviously got it off to a fine art, Stefan, but you have to sweet talk them, don't you? And they're pretty good here. Very good at Northampton last week. I left my pass in the boot one day and he said, well, it's a good job I know you. Ben Raine bowls, Dolivera forward, pushes out on the offside. Otherwise he'd have sent you all the way around and you'd have had to go and park in the hotel car park, which means going around the one-way system.
I'll try it again tomorrow, see how it goes, get in nice and early.
I think you'll be fine. That's Stefan Schemmel, the BBC cricket correspondent. Very nice to have him with us. Thank you for your input, Stefan. He's off to continue on Stokes watch, and Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle will come back in alongside me. It's Ben Raine bowls and Dolivera pushes this out to mid wicket where David Beddingham does the fielding. And there's no run, but I'm just looking through the binoculars now out there, and it is quite gloomy. McKinney and Aldridge the slips, Clark under the helmet at short leg, and Ben Raine in again. And Dolivera is forward, pushing into the covers where Gay fields, and there's no run. Hose 37. Dolivera 27. Faced similar numbers of deliveries. Dolivera's faced 67, Hose 62. Raine bowls down the leg side Dolivera is again annoyed with himself that he didn't get a bat on it. Leaned inside the line, looked to flick it away off his pads, but made no contact. Ollie Robinson diving away to his left to make the take, and no addition to the score. Raine just getting a bit of in dip with the ball, watching the replay, annoyed with himself that it's gone down the leg side, but he's still getting the ball to do a little bit in the air. This one is outside the off stump and left alone by Dolivera. He's happy to leave them. He's been beaten a couple of times since lunch by really good deliveries from Ben Raine, but on that occasion wide enough for him to leave it alone.
It's a bit gloomy, Frank, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just saying exactly that, Marty, at the beginning of the over. So I looked through the
need to get
binoculars.
the floodlights on.
Yeah, I'll put them on in a minute. But it is brighter away to the southwest, which is good news. Here's Raine in and bowls, and Dolivera's in behind that and pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Ben Raine, another maiden, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 34. Absolutely metronomic since lunch. 115 for 4.
I wonder if that's why there's a giant plug socket on the end of the cathedral, because you can stick a
you can light up the
stick a big spotlight on the top of the tower,
south end of the
plug
city.
it in there.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
You've seen these new solar panels that are going to be allowed to be sold in the UK, where you just put them in yourself, stand them in your garden or whatever, plug them into your electricity supply into a socket on the wall,
Literally into a socket.
Yeah, and it funnels the electricity into your home system.
Never.
Yeah. Been selling them in France and Italy for the last few years, in Germany. Change of bowler here as Aldridge comes in.
How does that work then?
I don't know, but
how does it funnel the electricity through a plug socket?
I'm not sure, but there is a system similar to that which uses your electricity network for to provide Ethernet and internet coverage around your house.
Wow, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it, if you could actually get your own solar power as easily as that?
Yeah. Next ball from Aldridge, defended by Hose, who's on 37.
So all the people that have spent tens of thousands of pounds getting solar panels on the roof won't be very happy.
Well, one of my best mates lives in a new build in a little village near Hinckley, out in the Leicestershire countryside. And when their houses were built, they put solar panels on the houses as part of the standard building thing for the estate, standard protocol. In comes Aldridge again. Hose pulls hard out through deep mid wicket. That's 4. It's gone all the way to the riverbank boundary. Just the wrong line and length there from Aldridge. Anyway, he's got an electric car, so he has his car set up to charge overnight, but the system he's on, if there's a surplus of electricity in the system during the day, the company might just charge his car during the afternoon rather than overnight. If they're happy there's enough spare capacity in the grid, they'll just do it there and then. This has gone off down to backward point, no run there off Hose's bat, collected by Clark, and it's no extra cost to him. Got a big bank of grey cloud just sitting on top of us at the moment. We just noticed the red light on the top of a crane down towards sort of Diglas Lock area, which is quite bright at the moment. Aldridge in again, and is left alone by Hose, who's on 41. Edged I think it was the last ball of the first over after lunch from Raine low to Casey Aldridge at second slip, and it did carry, but it was a very difficult low chance. I've seen him take them, but on that occasion he just couldn't quite get to it and hold on to it quickly enough. Aldridge in past the umpire, Playing a miss this time from Hose. Looked round rather eagerly there to see if the keeper had taken that one or not. End of the over. 4 runs from it, the 4 through mid-wicket.
Yeah, there's been nothing really to hit from Raine. Stokes is also very, very tidy, and it's been noticeable that Hose and Dolivera have, particularly Hose, have attacked any width that they've been given by Aldridge and Robinson. But Raine has been really miserly. Comes in again now and bowls right on the spot. Dolivera pushes out square on the offside. But it's a good partnership developing between these two. Came together when the score was 52 for 4, and it's an important one. Brooks, Waite, Taylor, Home and Darley, the batsmen to come. If you're not familiar with those two last names, that's because they haven't played very much. Indeed, Darley making his championship debut, and Home has only played 2 games before this, not this season. And Dolivera is profiting again down in the third man area. Got a 4 down there a couple of overs ago. This time off the face, just steered down. He only gets a couple. Just indicates for all of us on the ground that one just dipped in a little bit. Has that habit, Dolivera, sometimes of just making a gesture with his hands, almost subconscious, I think. Sometimes maybe communicating with his partner, but often just with himself, really, just explaining what he thinks the ball did. Raine again is in and bowls. This one's down the leg side, and not for the first or the second time. Dolivera is annoyed that he didn't get a bat on it. Throws his head back, annoyed because if he had got a bat on it, there's nobody down there, probably would have been a boundary. As it is, Robinson, the keeper, skips across to his left to make the take. 121 for 4. Ben Raine in his 14th over bowls, and Dolivera works this one away on the leg side for a single as Alex Lees moves to his right at mid-on to do the fielding. 122 for 4. Dolivera goes to 30. And yeah, the weather away to the southwest looks a lot brighter, so I would say within half an hour or so we're going to be under sunny skies again, or something a lot brighter than it is at the moment. It is a little bit gloomy, but no rain expected imminently as Raine comes into Hose, and it's short and wide. It's the one Hose has been waiting for, and he absolutely lashes it behind square on the offside for 4. Really authoritative shot from Hose. Rare loose delivery from Ben Raine. Hose goes to 45 and 126 for 4 is the total. Callum Parkinson loosening up that backward point. Of course, played a game on loan for Worcestershire last season, Parkinson. As Raine is in again and bowls, and Hose is forward to this one, pushing up to mid-on. Lees fields, end of the over, 126 for 4.
74 run partnership from these two, from around about 140 balls. Cameras have caught sight of a lady in the back row of the stand next to the scoreboard over on the far side of the ground with a big sort of Dulux dog sitting on the steps there. Just seeing pictures of dogs at polling stations as well after the local elections. The counts are going on in Tyne and Wear this afternoon, so there'll be updates throughout the day as to what's happening in places like Sunderland, Gateshead, South Shields and whatnot. On Radio Newcastle as Aldridge starts new over here, playing a miss from Dolivera. But one thing I did note is, I think they said in Newcastle and North Tyneside, the turnout is around 50%, which is very high for local elections. We're in the 40th over, 57 to go today, if the light holds. As Aldridge comes in, Dolivera defends his stumps, just plays the ball safely across to the offside to Ben Raine. A couple of strips across on that right hand side. Graham Clark at deep gully, currently fielding with his hands in his pockets. A few of the fielders have got jumpers on, but not all. Aldridge comes in and bowls. Dolivera turns a short ball out through the leg side. Short on that leg side. Goes for a quick single. So the stumps from Alex Lees fielding it mid-wicket. Actually hits the stumps at the keeper's end, and then Ollie Robinson makes an appeal for run out, but I think more in jest than anything else. There was nothing from anybody else on the field. Hose is on 45 from 70. As Aldridge comes in to bowl to him. Oh, playing a miss. He went back into his crease there, and he was pushing at it. Playing it fresh air. Got 33 in the defeat at Northants the other day. 75 in the win over Kent. Didn't do much at Lords, and the opening match of the season in Derby, which was a draw, got 42 and 52. Aldridge comes in, bowls. Hose gets on top of a short one, guides it behind the stumps, and for four. Just played it nicely inside the line of gully where Graham Clark was, and he's chased it all the way down to our position here, down at third man, which incidentally is vacant, for those who are wondering. So 4 runs there, 131 for 4. 1 ball left of this over, 5 runs from it so far. .79 the partnership now. In comes Aldridge again, and that has gone to Clark in the gully. Dot ball to finish the over, so a single and a boundary came in it. Worcestershire 131 for 4.
2:30, so about a minute's time. Team cake will be for sale in the ladies' pavilion. Creek teas are available to celebrate the 100th birthday of Sir David Attenborough. Team cake will be exactly the same price as it was for the last home game 2 weeks ago.
I didn't catch all of that, but they've investigation, they've announcement about the ladies.
He said to celebrate the 100th birthday of Sir David Attenborough, the cake will be exactly the same price as it was 2 weeks ago.
Callum Parkinson is coming into the attack, as I thought he might. Coming on at the New Road end of the ground.
Mate of mine was commenting on Facebook the other day when the anniversary of the Ladies Pavilion, 70th anniversary, are we?
75th,
75th, was it? And
well, it might be 70th, I'm not sure.
He recalled the horror moment when he walked in there not realising there was a set time and picked up some cake to go and pay for it, and was given a stern warning not to do such things until the place is officially open for business.
Parkinson then round the wicket from the New Road end, bowls, and Dolivera is forward to the first delivery of spin in the innings. Just pushes it out on the offside. 131 for 4. Parkinson round the wicket, bowls again. Dolivera is forward. pushes it out on the offside again, square of the wicket. Good start from Parkinson, whose twin was here 2 weeks ago, playing for Kent. Bowled a lot of leg spin in that game. And Callum Parkinson beats Dolivera. Goes for a massive heave.
He's taking a nice look at the bowler there, hasn't he?
Ollie Robinson whips the bails off and appeals for a stumping, but umpire James Middlebrook is unimpressed. Yeah, he's decided to really go for it. Dolivera on the third ball. Parkinson bowls again and just pushes this one rather more carefully out on the offside.
The two brothers, the twins, have played each other a few times in recent seasons and got each other out as well.
Is again in. Parkinson bowls and Dolivera's pushing that one back up the pitch to him.
They were in Durham, Leicestershire matches. I don't think either played in the Kent game at the start of this season.
Last ball of the over. Parkinson bowls and Dolivera defends. So barring that rush of blood when Dolivera went for a big hit over the leg side, that was a pretty measured response to the first over of spin. It was a maiden. It's 131 for 4.
These two sides have met 40 times in the Championship. 16 wins for Durham, 9 for Worcestershire. The pair's 6-wicket win at Chesley Street in July 2024 was their first on that ground. Their previous away wins had been at Stockton in 1993 and Darlow in 1995. I said earlier this morning I thought it might have been Hartlepool, but it was Darlow. Durham haven't played at Stockton since 2006 as next over is bowled by Aldridge and stopped off the bat of Hose by Lees at mid-wicket, but bounces off him and that gets Hose to his 50 in 75 balls. Dropped on 28, a hard chance in the slips. And that knock.
Underwood 50 off 74 balls with 9 falls.
74 balls. In comes the bowler, bowling to Dolivera now. That's a dot ball. Warwickshire in at Edgbaston today, playing Yorkshire, are 107 for 7 after 39 overs. Leicestershire down at Hove against Sussex are 142 for 3. Hampshire are playing Essex at Chelmsford. They are 154 for 4. In the second division in Bristol, Gloucestershire 141 for 1 against Kent. As Aldridge bowls, that's carved nicely past Gully by Dolivera for 4. Moves him on to 35. And the score up to 136 for 4. In Cardiff, Somerset are playing Glamorgan in Division 1. And Somerset will put in 158 for 3. In Derby, Derbyshire decided to have a bat. They're playing Northampton, 146 for 1. At Trent Bridge in Division 1, Surrey decided they would have a bowl. Nottinghamshire 147 for 3. And Lancashire are playing at home against Middlesex. Middlesex put them in. Lancashire 121 for 4. Bowler comes in again here, and this is played safely away by Dolivera on the offside.
Hi Liz, great to see you again. Thank you.
So Adam Hose, 9 falls in that 50. The last 5 overs he scored 13 runs from 12 deliveries. Dolivera in the last 5 overs, 8 from 18. He's hit 5 fours in his innings of 35 as Aldridge bowls again. That spits up nastily. Dolivera rocks back, gets one about chin high and manages to fend it away high on the bat, pushes it hard in towards the ground and away towards the cover area. When Worcestershire won at Durham in July 2024, their target was 231, and that turned out to be the highest score of any team in any of the innings in that match. Dolivera defends this. That's the end of the over. 5 from it. 136 for 4. Match only lasted 3 days. There were only 4 half centuries in the entire contest, and then here last year Durham won in 2 days. Didn't even last 2 days. Durham won by 6 wickets. 34 wickets fell, and fewer than 500 runs were recorded across the 2 days there. Pairs out in their second innings for just 81, their lowest score against Durham. It's been 15 draws as well, including the weather-affected game at the end of last season in Chester Street, in which Worcestershire went down. They didn't get the batting points they needed to keep themselves up, and then Durham followed them down the following week with defeat at Yorkshire.
Which is why they're here.
Yes.
Callum Parkinson round the wicket, bowls to Adam Hose. Forward to that. Pushes it back up the pitch. Started with the maiden, Parkinson. He's landed everything so far. He's in again now and he bowls, and Hose is back to this one, which hurries on to him a little bit. Plays it defensively into the covers. 50 for Hose then. 35 for Dolivera. 136 for 4. Parkinson again is in and bowls, and Hose cuts, but straight to the fielder at backward point, who is Ben McKinney. Just the one slip in now for the left arm spinner. Hose again on the back foot to one that's pushed through quite quickly, just drops it down on the onside.
Hose's third half century this season.
Drives this next one. That's the first run off Parkinson, up to long off.
18th time he's got there in all in first class cricket.
Yeah, just 200s. One for Warwickshire, one for Worcestershire, which was a double 100. Very successful white ball cricketer. Parkinson again bowls, and Dolivera pushes into the offside. There's no run, end of the over. But, and I've said this many times and also written it once or twice, a rarity amongst cricketers who have cracked it in the franchise world, Adam Hose, in that he continues to pursue success in the red ball game and wants to leave his mark in the longer format as well. I mean, you can these days just be a white ball cricketer, can't you, and make a very good living without really putting in all the necessary time and effort that is required to succeed in the red ball game. So I have some admiration for that. He's not alone, but there aren't many.
Dolivera at the non-striker's end on 35. Hose on strike on 51. Plays this ball back towards the bowler. They've added 85 so far, these two. Much needed runs when Worcestershire were 52 for 4 before lunch. Rodrick, a little hop and a skip as he starts his run up. Comes in past the stumps and bowls, and the ball is driven by Hose, over pitched. Just moved back into his crease around about leg stump, gave himself a little bit of room to then just lean into that and drive it up the field past mid-on for 4 to the left hand side of the Dolivera stand. There's a little gap between the stands there. First section of stands is 3 different sections of seats in height, and then you have the main section across the back of the stand, and then there's another little tiered corner bit on the right hand side. So they are playing across to the river side of the ground. And umpires? What are they looking at here? The ball or the light?
The ball. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Umpires Hassan Adnan and James Middlebrook. Hassan Adnan's done, I think, 2 Durham matches already. James Middlebrook, former spin bowler with Yorkshire and then Essex and Northants, played against Durham for the MCC in the first pink ball first class match in Abu Dhabi in 2010, having just joined Northants from Essex at that point in time. Asked him why he'd left Essex, he said they didn't want me anymore. Hassan Adnan did the Durham-Lancashire game a couple of weeks ago. Durham won that one with a record run chase for them on the 4th innings at Chesley Street. Aldridge into Hose, who lets go with that one. Big opening of the arms and the chest there to give himself a bit of space, and then wallop straight through the covers for 4. Just too short from Aldridge. There's a TV advertising, so electronic advertising hoarding on the far side of the ground, and it's got
very bright.
It's white now, and it looks very bright indeed. This cloud's not shifting, is it? It's got a long tail on it, this big black cloud, which has been sitting over us for quite some time now, probably about an hour. Next ball, a little bit short from Aldridge, and Hose looks to go through the covers again, but doesn't time it right. It's come off the toe of the bat, dribbles out towards the fielders on the offside, and he then rocks back and shakes his head and thinks, missed out there on some runs, and examines the toe of the bat. Bowler coming in again now from the Diglas end. He bowls, playing a miss to a ball that just leaves him around about off stump initially. Hose going back into his crease to play at that one, and Dolivera's telling him just to calm things down a little bit. That's the former bowler, isn't it? Is he now the bowling coach just down here?
That's the head coach.
Head coach?
Alan Richardson.
Alan Richardson, that's who I was thinking of, yeah. In he comes, bowls. This has gone down towards Gully, no run there. So is Ashley Giles director of cricket, is he?
Chief executive.
Oh, is he? Right. That is Alan Richardson inquiring about the Villa Forest game last night. I caught quite a bit of it in the hotel.
Yeah, very good Villa, weren't
They
they?
were, weren't they?
He's a Stoke fan, Alan.
That's the end of the over, as that one's played safely by Hose towards point. Well, all they've had to celebrate in recent years was nicking a Sunderland manager. Didn't work out for them though.
Oh, we've had a few.
Yeah.
You could celebrate being owned by the richest business couple in the country.
Well, it's made no
so
difference to them, has it?
No, they've tried a few. I think they might stick with Mark Robbins now.
In my life of watching Sunderland since the mid to late 70s, there was Sam Allardyce left to go to England, and the only other manager who left Sunderland thinking they were bettering themselves was Jimmy Adamson when he went to Leeds in about 77, 78, something like that. Well, Alex Neil left to Sunderland to go to Stoke. I was absolutely stunned.
Well, it was just for money, wasn't it?
Yeah, purely.
He's got Millwall. He might well have them up. I would think they're favourites for the playoffs.
Well, Sunderland keeper Anthony Patterson's been on loan to them recently.
Parkinson in real gloom now.
Yes.
Around the wicket bowls, and Dolivera tucks this one away off his pads for 2. Good fielding by Casey Aldridge, running back from slip, sliding, picking the ball up, getting the throw away, but Dolivera is quick and he gets back.
I don't think this sky's going to lighten, because as looking as far as I can, that is just one long continuous very dark cloud.
Parkinson bowls, Dolivera drives, half fielded by the bowler.
I reckon if I went out there with my light meter now, we'd be right on the cusp.
Yeah, I do. It's very gloomy. Very gloomy.
In fact, I'm going to do exactly that.
Ah, okay. Dolivera turns this on the onside for a single. No, not for a single. It's a dot. As it's fielded by Luke Robinson. Cool, this next one from Parkinson bounces very, very sharply and hits Dolivera on the helmet, I think, which hit somebody on the helmet. Not sure if it's a keeper or Dolivera. Hassan Adnan is calling for the physio to come on and have a look. I'll have to have a look at the replay. That won't do any good for the light meter readings. Just having a look at the replay now. It's come in. Oh, I don't know, it's hit the keeper just off a length. Extraordinary. Hit the keeper, bounced up, and the physio coming out to have a look at Ollie Robinson, as they must. I mean, it was only a glancing blow. It wasn't like a bouncer from a quick bowler, but that's come from nowhere. That really has roared up off a length in the dark. Extraordinary delivery. And they're going off. Not surprisingly, Marty's swung it with his light meter.
Yeah, I was just
They're
about
going
to
off.
say.
I don't think it helps when a ball takes off from a spinner off a length.
Yeah.
As
Is
that
it
one
raining?
did.
It's
They're going
raining,
off. The
it's
covers
raining.
are coming on, and
Yeah,
it's
it's
actually raining as well.
But the light meter had got below 300. It was between 250 and 300, and so they normally would come off under 300.
So rain and bad light.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be for too long, but they're leaving the field with Worcestershire 149 for 4.
Might suit Durham,
Post
you know.
59, Dolivera 37.
Just interrupts the partnership, doesn't it? Which is currently 97.
And that is off 44.4 overs. Raine 2 wickets, 1 each for Stokes and Luke Robinson. None for Casey Aldridge, who's been a bit expensive. He's gone for 52 off 10. Callum Parkin just in the middle of his third over. 149 for 4. Rain and bad light at New Road. We'll leave you until there's a resumption. And just on behalf of myself, Frank Watson, and Martin Emerson, say thank you for being with us. Good afternoon, welcome back, eventually, to visit Worcestershire New Road, where we hope play is about to resume on day one of this game between Worcestershire and Durham. The players left the field at 2:47 with the score on 149 for 4. An early tea was taken, they've been off ever since. We've had some heavy rain, it's pretty dark again, the forecast isn't great, but they are going back out. The noise you can hear is one of the groundsman's tractors driving past. Play is going to get back underway. Callum Parkinson is mid-over. Well, he's got 2 balls left in his third over. And he is bowling to Brett Dolivera. We have lost 13 overs, we believe. 38 are left in the day. 37 after this one. Seems like a long break to only lose 13 overs, but
they've probably added in an extra half hour, haven't they?
All of that might be academic anyway if we get further rain. Here is Parkinson, he bowls, and Dolivera is forward, pushes defensively into the covers, fielded by Graham Clark, who, despite the gloom, is, along with Ben McKinney, wearing a sun hat out there.
I reckon this is almost as gloomy as it was when they went off.
Yeah, so do I. Parkinson in again, bowls, Dolivera is forward, and that is the end of the over, which began about 2 hours ago.
I don't think they took a light reading when they went off, because I'd gone out to do a light meter reading and came back in to say what it was when you said they were going off.
Yeah.
But I think it had already started to rain by then.
Yeah.
But looking across to the southwest, there's a big bank of murk heading our way.
It doesn't look very good, does it?
No.
It doesn't look very good. My quiz question earlier today, I said I'd give the answer after tea, and I will. It has 1 or 2 people got it. What was the link between Worcestershire, Durham and Norfolk county cricket clubs? They shared the Minor Counties Championship in 1895, which I was pretty amazed at when I found that out. I've got a good one for tomorrow.
Did you not remember being there?
That's unkind and uncalled for. Ben Stokes from the Diglis end.
Here he comes. Bowling to Hose. Hose leaves that one, it's gone through to the keeper. James O'Donnell's last email as they were about to go off was, it looks really dark on the stream. It did look very dark on the stream. Julia Weather asked us a question. There was a Sunderland link to 1895, can you remember? Because that was that was the year when the year when they all won the minor counties?
Yeah.
Part of your question?
Yeah. But I don't remember what the link was. And when you say do you remember, I hope you don't mean do I remember Sunderland in 1895.
In comes Stokes, that's defended. We were talking about 1895 because I think that was the year the 3 of them won the minor counties. Ollie Cochrane said, whilst we're on the year 1895, that was also the first year women could get degrees at Durham University.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. My daughter has benefited from that legacy.
Tina Morley, when you asked your question earlier today, her random guess was Ian Botham. And she said, we were enjoying listening as we are on the way home from Norfolk. Stokes comes in and bowls, and that is defended by Hose. Julia Weatherhead had asked, what was the Sunderland connection with 1985? What is the year 1895 famous for in the context of Sunderland AFC? I said originally I thought maybe it was the year they were founded, but I think that was about 1879, something like that. And then I said maybe the year they moved to
Roker Park.
Roker Park.
Yeah.
The answer, apparently, there's a massive oil painting hanging up in the main offices at Sunderland Football Club. In comes Stokes, he bowls and Hose plays that down onto his front foot, but it ricochets away from the target. So here we are. The famous Sunderland against Aston Villa oil painting which hangs in the lobby of the Stadium of Light. And I remember the picture because it's a very, very crowded goal mouth. I mean, the keeper's got no chance there, Frank. There's like 40 people in the box.
It looks like an Arsenal corner from this season, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that hangs in the Stadium of Light. It's a huge thing. Hose takes a couple of steps down the track here as he plays this one. So Sunderland against Aston Villa.
Yeah, brilliant.
Football's first great rivalry.
Same kits.
Yeah.
Almost. Fabulous.
So Sunderland won the first division in 1892, 93 and 95, with Villa taking the title in between. Is it raining again? Al?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Off they
I
go.
thought it would be. Goodness me. That didn't last long, did it?
So they've been on the field for 6 minutes and off they go again. I reckon this might be the end of the day's play today, you know.
So Raine again. So what time, Dave? Where are we?
4:36.
4:36. Resumed at 4:30.
So there were 51 point. 44.4 had gone when they went off.
We've had
45
we've had 7 deliveries in
Yeah.
that session. Well, I said 20 minutes. It could have been. Could have been 5, couldn't it?
So they haven't scored a run since they've been back on.
What a shame. Well, I hope you enjoyed that little session.
I mean, that was my favourite session of the day. I think. Who says a short game's
I
not
tell
a good
you
game?
what,
Eh?
there were no mistakes in the commentary box.
No.
There were no mistakes in the middle, and 7 balls were bowled, no runs were added. It's 149 for 4 still. The covers are coming back on. It looks pretty grey and pretty grim. Sadly,
I don't know what
time
we're
to
going to
leave
talk
you
about
again.
now.
We'll have to find something else to talk about. We'll go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I suggest you might do the same if you're at home. We'll be back with you as soon as there's any play. Until then, from myself, Frank Watson, and from Martin Emerson, once again, very good afternoon. here at New Road, but we are back and the players are back out on the field and play is about to get underway. So they went off at 2:47, came back on at 4:30, went off at 4:36. The score's the same as it was at 2:37. 149 for 4. One ball left in Ben Stokes' over. His 9th. A beautiful rainbow. A double rainbow in evidence. And the more prominent and more visible rainbow is going diagonally behind the cathedral, so Worcestershire's famous cathedral.
How's it
looks
famous,
even better. Looks even better than it does.
Still hasn't.
It always
doesn't
looks,
look any cleaner.
It always looks wonderful and very clean, but it looks even better. Your ball, I think.
Is it?
One. Yeah.
These overs are getting longer, aren't they?
They are. This one's been ages. Oh, might be an update coming by the sound of it.
Wicket.
Stokes has got him. Well, but he'll wish they hadn't come back out, Adam Hose, when he bowled. Goodness me.
Well, in the sessions where this third session, they still haven't scored a run in these last 3 sessions. The end of what became T, then the little 7 up ball session, and now this ends their partnership at 97, I think, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes picks up his 2nd wicket. Adam Hose played really well for his 59, but probably not helped, I guess you'd say, by the interruptions and whatever. And just one ball left in that over, and Hose is dismissed by it. So Stokes 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24.
When they went off for bad light, which then turned out to be Raine, which then turned out to be T at 2:47, I said it was a good thing from a Durham point of view because they'd been making progress as a pair. They'd put on a nice partnership, and they'd got Worcestershire out the spot of bother they'd been in earlier when they were 52 for 4. All these hours later, it's proved to be the point.
Yeah. Ethan Brooks is the new batsman. Making his way out to the middle. And he will be the non-striker because
following at the Durham end, Ben Raine.
that wicket fell to the last ball. Ben Raine bowling at the New Road end. Good bowling change, I think, to bring Raine on. Parkinson 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. Finished his last over when we came back out after the first rain break, but I think it was always liable that Ben Raine would resume. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers today. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 41, his figures so far.
That rainbow's getting brighter now.
Yeah, and longer.
Yeah.
It's quite impressive, isn't it?
It's stretching all the way to Droitwich Spa.
We had a double rainbow last year at one stage. Right,
Yeah.
the whole complete crescent.
We get them off the coast quite a bit, actually.
Very, very.
Cross towards the pier.
Just reminds you how amazing the world is sometimes. Ben Raine to bowl to Brett Dolivera. 2 slips in place. He's in. He bowls, and Dolivera drives nicely, but doesn't beat Stokes at mid-off. So there is no run.
Ethan Brooks is 25 later this month. Hasn't played that many first-class matches, though, has he?
No, well, that's why he came. That's why he came to Worcester, because he wanted to further his red ball career, and he wasn't getting the chance to do so at Warwickshire. Raine in again, bowls, and Dolivera edges down to 3rd man. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will go all the way. So 4 more down to third man. It's been a productive area for Worcestershire today, and that brings up the 153 for 5. Dolivera goes to 41. Just watching, having a look at that Stokes dismissal of Hose. It's a really good delivery actually, angled in, just held its line, did a little bit, very reminiscent of the Sanderson dismissals at the weekend, last Sunday, that one. Good delivery from Ben Stokes. Here's Raine in again, bowls, and Dolivera is forward, drives up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Colours in the rainbow are really vivid now.
Yeah, they are.
Purples particularly.
You don't often see them that clearly, do you? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's red and yellow and pink and green, purple and orange and blue.
Outside the off stump, this one from Raine, left alone. Richard of York gave battle in vain.
Did he?
That's it, isn't it? That's how you.
And then got buried under an NCP car park in Leicester.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
That wasn't him, was it?
No.
I don't
Who was that?
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet.
It was Richard.
It was
wasn't
Richard,
it?
but I'm not sure it was Richard of York. Oh, maybe it was. I don't know. Somebody will know.
War of the Roses, wasn't it?
Somebody will know. Yeah, found under it. Yeah, car park in Leicester. It's not the best burial ground, is it? Raine again, bowls. Dolivera's out. LBW. Ben Raine picks up his third, kept low, maybe nipped back, big shout, and umpire Hassan Adnan had a look at it and decided it was out. So Dolivera has gone, and Worcester have lost both of the batters who were together in that big partnership of 97 for the 5th wicket, and they're now in big trouble, 149 for 6.
So that's 2 wickets in 6 balls, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And Hose and Dolivera are the 2 men that sat out the 2 rain breaks, have both departed. And Ben Raine, he's bowled really well. He always bowls well against Worcestershire. He's bowled really well again today. He's picked up his 3rd wicket.
That's 27 he's got against them now.
Yeah, 3 for 45, and Worcestershire 153 for 6 in the 47th over. And Dolivera has gone for 41, and we've got 2 batsmen, neither of whom has received a delivery. Matthew Waite coming out to join Ethan Brooks, and it's start all over again for these two. Not the easiest thing to do in these conditions against this pair. Very, very good day it's turning into for Durham, despite the fact that they had their progress interrupted. Skies look a bit brighter now over behind the pavilion. Maybe we are going to be alright for these last 20 overs, despite everybody looking at their phones and looking at the radar and deciding that they wouldn't be out there for much longer. But it's been that kind of day. So Matthew Waite is out there now joining Ethan Brooks, and what looked like it was a reasonable day for Worcestershire while those two were together has suddenly taken a big turn for the worse. Raine in, bowls, Waite very nicely forward and solid in behind. That pushes out on the offside. Parkinson Fields, end of the over, 153 for 6 Worcestershire, 47 overs gone, 19 left in a truncated day.
And 2 bowling points on the board as well after 46.5 overs. Stokes waiting to start a new over to bowl to Brooks. Both batsmen yet to get off the mark, but Brooks hasn't faced a ball yet. Here it is, and a late cut, nice one through the covers. Luke Robinson dived. I'm not sure if he got a hand on it, but the ball has slowed towards the boundary just in front of us, in front of the ladies' pavilion. They're going to run 3.
There was just 2.
2, was it? Sorry.
I think Brooks slipped over.
So Brooks on 2. His first ball. Worcestershire 155 for 6. Brooks got 100 in that draw at the end of last season at Chesley Street. As Stokes comes in and bowls again. That was that was in a match where Gareth Rodrick got 151 at Chesley Street as well. Sports Extra have joined us after numerous rain breaks. Supposedly 19 overs remaining in the day. We do have a slightly better sky at the minute, but there's bands of rain drifting up from the southwest. The rainbow has now gone. That was illuminating the cathedral. In comes Stokes again. Oh, that's wrapped there. Well, I think that must have come on to the bat handle off the pad then, because they're appealing for LBW, and leg bye signalled. So Brooks looking to try and play that out. He's got an inside edge, I think, onto the thigh pad, or he's missed it. It's gone onto the thigh pad. Oh yeah, that's painful. He managed to run though while in agony. Wait on strike. Stokes in. Digs out a Yorker, plays it away up to mid-on. Got the bat down sharp on top of that one. Former Yorkshire player, isn't he, Matthew Waite? Got a duck against Durham at Kidderminster a couple of years ago, but then followed that up with 62 in the second innings. Duck at Chesley Street the same year. Stokes comes in and bowls, and that's defended. Just drops short in front of the batsman. End of the over. Not the end of it. No, not the end of the over. No run. Waite played only 27 games at Yorkshire in 6 injury-hit seasons, so he had a bit of a time of it there. This is now his 55th match, and he comes into it with 2,082 runs, 200s, 12 50s, including 66 not out in a draw in the opening game at Derby this year. 53 not out in the innings win here against Kent. No ball signal. Third from Stokes, isn't it?
Third from Stokes, or fourth of the day anyway. And the over rate is -1, which is quite surprising. We've only had this is the 48th.
Well, I was told that they only start looking at the over rate, and it only matters once you've bowled 8 hours in a game. New regulations for this year. Stokes comes in, that's flicked down the leg side. Keeper couldn't get across to it. 4 runs for Waite. So he's off the mark, 5th ball. 162 for 6 here on the BBC. Been a bit of a disruptive afternoon. They got to 2:47 when they went off, and that ended up being tea, and they were off for nearly 2 hours, came back on, had 7 balls, went off again. And then when they came back on at 25 to 6, a wicket with the first delivery as Stokes bowled hose for 59, ended his partnership with Dolivera at 97, and then Dolivera in the next over, LBW to Ben Raine for 41.
Ben Raine to continue from the new road end, 3 for 45 from his 15 overs, 5 mens. He's bowled really well, bowled very well this morning. Picked up 2 of the first 3 wickets to fall. Ben Stokes got the first. That was Dan Latigan, caught behind by Ollie Robinson for 2. Raine is in and bowls, and Brooks is taken on the pad. There's a shout from the slips particularly, and Raine joins in, but I think it was angled across the right hander and going down the leg side. But Raine picked up the second wicket. Libby, well caught by Casey Aldridge at second slip for 9. That was 15 for 2, both those wickets falling on 15. And then 40 for 3 when Gareth Rodrick was caught and bowled by Ben Raine, a sort of loopy bat padder, as he was trying to use his feet getting down the pitch to try and disrupt the bowler's length, and didn't quite get it right. Inside edge onto pad, and the ball lobbed up, and the bowler took a return catch. And then the youngster Robinson picking up the 4th wicket before lunch as Raine bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Brooks. Luke Robinson picking up the wicket of Kashif Ali, rather loose shot as Ali drove, having played attractively for his 27 in the air into the covers, and was caught by Graham Clark. So 52 for 4 at that point, 93 for 4 at lunch, and the 5th wicket partnership, which has really been the cornerstone of this innings between Hose and Dolivera, adding 97, but as Martin Emerson was just telling you, they were both dismissed very quickly when we resumed after the latest rain break. So Worcestershire now with a bit of rebuilding to do, to say the least, and their last 2 full-time batters at the crease, both all-rounders, but Tom Taylor more of a bowling all-rounder due in next, and then the 2 young seam bowlers Home and Darley, as in comes Raine, and Brooks blocks this down on the offside. Worcestershire coming into this game with a plethora of injuries. Oliver Hannon-Dolby recalled from his loan and playing for Warwickshire today, and then they have Bayes Swanepoel out with concussion, or following the concussion protocol, and then seamers Adam Finch and Ben Gibbon both injured. Ben Allison still injured. He's bowled a few overs for the second team the other day, his first bowl of the season. So the 2 youngsters included. Raine bowls, Brooks leaves, Robinson takes outside the off stump. Jack Home and Harry Darley, both Shrewsbury born, 120, 121, and Darley making his first class debut in this game. Home has played 2 first class games, so Worcestershire very much reliant on their senior members of the seam department, and by that I mean really Tom Taylor and Matthew Waite. Ethan Brooks will be the 5th seamer. He's very much batting at the moment, and he lets that next delivery from Ben Raine go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Ollie Robinson, who's kept wicket pretty tidily so far today. And Durham have generally been very purposeful. Been a lot of eyes on Ben Stokes, who's bowled nicely. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 32, but perhaps more than that. It's been good to see Stokes fielding with gusto and really looking as though he's enjoying being out there, charging around, encouraging his teammates, firing the ball into the keeper whenever he gets the chance. Brooks defends this one down on the offside again, and there is no run. It's another excellent over from Ben Raine. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 45, and in the best sunshine that we've had for several hours, we do look as though we are at least going to get the next 10 or so of these 17 remaining overs in. Clouds have lifted, and it's a pleasant evening. Not many spectators left in the ground. They've had a frustrating afternoon with the players off the field for the best part of 2.5 hours.
Still an hour to go, plus a bit. Stokes bowling here, that is left alone by Waite, goes to the keeper.
No, you never.
There's a few still in the ground. Some in the marquee have come outside underneath the conker tree for a drink and a chat. A few probably got fed up of waiting in the rain earlier and went home. Stokes again, another leave from Waite. He's on 462 for 6.
I'll take it from you.
Stokes from the Diglas end, off the bat, stopped by the diving Clark in the gully area, going across to his left there. Waite looking to just nudge that ball down through towards third man. Clark was equal to it. Stokes' 11th over, 2 for 32, 3 maidens. Ben Raine 3 for 45 from 16, 6 maidens. Stokes in again. This has gone up to mid-wicket this time. No run there. 2 stewards with orange tabards on across towards the area where you go into the nets, and there. The luminous tabards look very bright at the minute. Big green privet behind them. Sun's just illuminating them. Got shadows cast from the players. Part of the ground in sunshine, part of it in shade. Stokes comes in and bowls. That's left alone. Taken by the keeper, Ollie Robinson. It's Ben Stokes bowling for Durham after recovering from the injury which saw him leave the Ashes series. Was it a groin injury did he get in the Ashes?
I can't remember.
Then he got hit in the face in the nets at Durham a few weeks back and fractured a cheekbone. Comes in and bowls. Oh! Well, that nearly knocked Waite off his feet. He was playing at a ball that's gone off down the leg side and he stumbled forwards. He tried to play it. It's hit him off the pad and gone down for a leg by.
Quick delivery that from Ben Stokes. He's bowled with some pace today. Probably not quite as quick as Luke Robinson was earlier today. Robinson only a youngster, but got the ball through at some pace this morning. And there's quite good carry in this pitch. We've seen the odd ball bounce a little bit more sharply than it might have been expected to. Notably one from Callum Parkinson, the spinner, that popped up and hit wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson on the side of the helmet just before the rain break. Here's Ben Raine, 163 for 6. He comes in and bowls, and that's Matthew Waite lifting his bat well clear of that. Lifting it high.
Starts next week on the Friday the 15th, but then after that we go into the T20s, so he doesn't play for Durham in those, and then will feature for England as the Test series gets underway.
Raine again, number 44 on his back, burly figure in, right arm over the wicket, medium pace. Matthew Waite, burly figure, right arm over the wicket, medium pace, but currently batting, meets that with a solid forward defensive and pushes it out into the offside.
First test against New Zealand at Lord's starts on Thursday the 4th of June. Second test is then the 17th, a Wednesday start, and then the third test Nottingham, a Thursday start.
Raine bowls, a bit fuller this time. Waite drives off the front foot, but straight to Stokes, who fields at mid-off and arrows his throw into Ollie Robinson.
That's strange, Frank. You don't normally see 2 tests at the start of a series both in London.
No.
Test match 1 at Lord's on the 4th of June, and then test match 2 at the Oval on the 17th.
No, very strange. I don't know, but I don't really understand a lot of the logic of cricket programming. Raine in, bowls, weight forward, pushes out square on the offside this time. Parkinson does the fielding, and I'd say that partly with a sort of a quizzical tone that cricket scheduling is beyond my comprehension, but also with a recognition that it must be incredibly difficult to sort out cricket scheduling, keeping everybody happy, especially the international boards and so on. Raine in, bowls, weight again uncomfortable in defence, pushes out on the onside, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket by Emilio Gay. Accommodating all the sponsors, accommodating all the international commitments, accommodating the different competitions must be remarkably difficult. Don't always agree with the way things turn out, but I'm pleased the T20s are getting underway a bit earlier this year, that's one thing. Raine in, bowls, weight, gets a run. Again, not entirely comfortable, fending the ball away on the leg side and then having to really scamper to get in as Gay runs round to his right at mid-wicket, picks up and throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end. But he did get home, and he did get a run. So that's the end of the over. Raine's spell of maidens is broken. 17 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 46 his figures. It's 164 for 6. Cathedral clock chiming 6. Sunshine again, a lovely evening now, and we've got 15 overs left in the day.
So we're looking at around about a 7 o'clock finish then. A smidge before that perhaps. Stokes bowling here from the Diglas end to Waite, who's on 5. Waite plays the ball defensively into the ground and short on the leg side, then goes for a little walk off towards square leg. Just wondering if all the cathedrals face east-west. Durham does. This one does. Lincoln do it as well. In comes Stokes, bowls. Stopped by Raine at mid-off. There you are. Cathedrals and traditional churches are designed to face east, with the altar positioned at the eastern end. As Raine comes, Stokes comes through and bowls. That's left alone. The altar is positioned at the east end, symbolising the rising sun. Consequently, the main entrance or facade is typically located at the west end.
How have we got to our age without knowing that?
I know.
Seriously.
That's only just entered my head now.
Yeah.
Thinking of the sun catching this cathedral windows here on an evening in the summer as it faces west. Well, there you go. Never even entered my head until today. Stokes bowls. It's a short one, pulled out to mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. Nobody out there, and easy runs for Waite, who saw that nice and early.
That's the only similarity between my house and a cathedral.
The way it faces.
I think. Yeah, well, we get morning sun at the front and evening sun at the back.
Yeah.
So yeah, it must be almost exactly in line with the cathedral.
Have you not got a giant plug socket on the roof of your house?
People who are listening that haven't listened earlier in the day will be completely mystified by that comment.
Well, there's 3 windows right up in the top of the roof of the Worcester Cathedral, which look like giant plug socket slots, don't they? Stokes in again, full length delivery, driven out towards the covers. Oh, there's going to be a run out here that dies. Oh, poor throw. Awful throw from Alex Lees. Absolute chaos here. Both batsmen ended up at the same end.
Oh, well, Brooks fell over. Brooks gave up, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Lee's throw gave him a second life.
Awful.
He could have rolled it in.
Yeah.
Brooks was prone, lying on the ground halfway down the pitch, and Lees didn't see that. If he had, he could have run in.
No, but he went to throw at that end. I think he's mistthrown the ball. I don't know if it's greasy and it's slipped out of his hand the wrong way. He's just saying it's. He's explaining to Graham Clark. It's come out of my hand wrong.
I think it is. It is a bit greasy, which is why he fell over as well. But absolute chaos.
But the stop was a good stop because Lees had gone down as Stokes bowls again here, and that's gone to third slip along the floor to Bedingham. No run there. End of the over. 168 for 6. Yeah, Lees. It was a good diving stop from Lees, but as he's gone down, he's obviously got his hands wet on the square, picked himself up, tried to throw the ball at the bowler's end, and it's gone. He's like at a 45-degree angle to the target, but it ended up going off to the left, and it also went over the fielder who was backing up with the stump. So,
but it was just as well for Brooks because at one stage he was flat on the ground. He fell over. He'd given up, and then when he saw where the throw went, he decided to get up and see that he might get back in. We're looking at it here now. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Throws way over Stokes' head.
Absolute chaos. But anyway, they got away with it. You don't want to lose a wicket to a run out when batting's as tough as it is at the moment anyway. If you're Worcestershire, 168 for 6 as Ben Raine comes in from the New Road end and bowls to Ethan Brooks. He lets that go outside the off stump. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me, Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. We're on the BBC Sports app and website, and also on BBC 5 Sports Extra. Ben Stokes making his return to first class cricket. First class cricket he's played since the Ashes, and he started by getting a wicket in his second over this morning, and he's looked pretty fit and pretty sharp throughout the day. But Ben Raine's been the main destroyer with his 3 for 46. Bowls this next ball, and the Worcestershire all-rounder Ethan Brooks is in behind it and pushes it back up the pitch to Raine. Callum Parkinson, the left-arm spinner, is loosening up again. He's just bowled 3 overs so far, quite tidily. 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. We're in the 53rd over of the innings, and we've got 13 overs left in what has been a shortened day for various rain interruptions. 2 lengthy ones. Raine is in again and bowls, and Brooks is forward and pushes out on the offside, and Parkinson does come in to do the fielding. It's 168 for 6. The men out for Worcestershire then. Latigan for 2, Libby for 9, Rodrick for 6, Kashif for 27, and then after a partnership of 97 for the 5th wicket, the 2 participants following quickly one after the other, Hose out for 59 and Dolivera for 41. Slight change in the field here, suggested by Stokes, I think, who is actually, I know he's not captain, but he is active in terms of his suggestions, particularly when Raine's bowling. And we've got a man on the drive now at sort of shortish mid-off, Graham Clark, who fields that one after Brooks has defended it. And Alex Lees, not surprisingly, from his position at mid-on, quite happy for the England captain to make a suggestion to Ben Raine, which is followed by a field change. I don't think there's any suggestion that he's being undermined. It's just a bit of extra experience and know-how, and there's plenty of it between Stokes and Raine, and they've shared 5 wickets today. Raine is in again and bowls, and that's a beauty. Goes past the outside edge of Brooks's bat, exactly where Raine wanted to get it, just outside off stump, just short of a length, and Brooks feeling for it outside the off stump, sees it climb past the shoulder of his bat. Beautiful delivery from Ben Raine, just where he wants it to be, just angled in and then just holding its line, just nipping a tiny, impressive as ever. 27 wickets, impressive as ever. 27 wickets in the season so far for the Durham man.
Time is it now? 10 past 6. The worst of the cloud conditions drifting. The worst of the cloud conditions drifting. 8 on 9. Wade plays the ball in. 8 on 9. Wade plays the ball into the covers to Lees. Dot ball. To the covers to Lees. Dot ball. 168 for 6. Ball's gone off towards square leg this time. No run.
Nearly another mix-up. They're not quite. And again, Wade wanted the good idea to get to the other end when the bowling's like this, I reckon.
Stokes bowls. It's left alone. Duncan Weldon, the economics writer, has just put a grab of the... As a journalist, what's been happening today, I wonder? Back to his marker at the Diglas end. Seems to be starting a long way back. Comes in and bowls now. Helicopter. When we were down here at half term, we went to a place called Wellesbourne Mountford Airfield. That one?
I know where Wellesbourne is, yeah.
Stokes comes in, bowls, driven, stopped by Raine at mid-off, no run there. We'd actually gone to Charlecote, as you can get up the navigable River Avon. So we went there, the Touchdown Cafe. Watch balls, that's gone through to the keeper. That is the end of the over, 168 for 6. While we were there, this helicopter came in and landed right in front of us at the car park and got in the cars and headed off home. And they money it and you can go by helicopter. You could cover Bishop Stortford to Stratford in less.
Runs very, very difficult to come by at the moment. Ben Raine bowls. Ethan Brooks watchfully defends back up the pitch to the bowler. 3 slips now in place for bowling to Brooks. Backward point. Ben Stokes has gone to extra roll at 3 or 4 yards in front of at the moment, and Brooks just leaves that alone, and through it goes to the keeper. He's hardly bowled a ball down the leg side in this spell, Raine. He has no third man, but he has got a man deep at backwards mid-wicket square and backward point. 168 for 6 it remains. It's got a bit darker again, but no imminent threat of rain. Been a busy old press box today. Maybe not 2 hands on it, and it runs away for a bye. First of the innings. We've had 4 no balls, so 8 runs added there. 5 leg byes are now that conventional bye. Wanted to get pictures of the beautiful 100 years, but and on the strangely enough, Ben Stokes returning to action. No, but seriously, lots of photographers here today. If you see 19 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 46, and Worcestershire rather limping along, having gone pretty well in mid-afternoon, but the rain interrupted their progress, and as Marty said at the time, dabs this down on the onside. And there is no addition to the score. And leaves him outside the off stump. Through to Ollie Robin, bounce and plays it down on the offside. .169 for 6. Full length delivery from Stokes, outside edge, all along the ground. Guess where it went? Third man. Been a very productive area for Worcestershire today. Marker now, but still nowhere near as dark as it was earlier today when the players left the field. Stokes in one there. 173 for 6 it remains. 1 ball left in the over from Stokes, and then we'll have 10 left in the day. Here is the England captain, Bolt.
Where you heading?
I'm going to the marquee to have a quick one with one of my former. I think it's happening for everybody. So
UK.
they know, Johnny, the stream's freezing. I've just been in touch with the technical team by banging on the window.
Yeah.
And they know.
It was done very, very quietly. And managed 7 deliveries and went off again. So in all, 28 overs lost today now. And when they did get back on, Hose went first ball for 59, ball by Ben Stokes. Then
Marty is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
I don't think it's dark enough to go off yet.
No, but we could get everybody to turn their lights on in the hotel. That might help.
Actually, although it is 6 getting on for 6:30, isn't it? So naturally you would think in early May the light will be is any worse to bowl with than one that is. You would have thought it might make it even wobble and be a bit more difficult to. And then they complained about it again, and the umpires took the view, I think, rather like you might with a mitre teams do it, don't they? They try and change the ball. If nothing's happening, then it's one thing you can try and do, and it's happened here after 3 or 4 complaints. Well, apologies if anybody in the.
Alright, I've got a nip.
And made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story. Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder.
With a nice easy lengthy stride, but Robinson really charges in and bowls with some real pace. He's been quite impressive in that sense today. A little bit wayward at times, but he's really got it through. As Luke Robinson, Parkview Academy, one of Ash Thorpe's boys. Ash, if you're listening, and you may well be, I hope you're well and your boy's doing okay, although this one is a little bit short and wide, and Matthew Waite capitalises, smashes it away square of the wicket on the offside for 4 and goes to 14. 178 for 6. First runs for a while, first loose delivery for a while. Matthew Waite doesn't miss out. The man gone out to deep square leg now, in front of square, as Robinson turns again. He's in and bowls, and there we go, absolute beauty, goes past the outside edge of Waite's bat with that one. This is what he bowled like earlier today. Adam Hose was quite severe on 1 or 2 loose deliveries, but always the potential. That's a really good one. Just moved away off the pitch. Decent pace, good delivery. Jack Home in the Worcestershire side, and I said he bowls in a similar way to Luke Robinson, as we'll probably see tomorrow. Robinson is in and bowls, and again he's on. Waite quicker than he might have expected, looking to play it away on the onside. Ball hits the bat, runs out on the offside, and Robinson does his own fielding. Good pace again from the Durham youngster, and Aldridge definitely giving it the vigorous warm up at second slip. Suggests that he's going to be on at this new road end very soon, probably the very next over. Robinson just abort his run up on this occasion. Turns now, lengthens his stride, he's in and bowls. Short bouncer, good delivery, well directed, good sharp one, and Waite had to pull his head away very, very suddenly at that one. It's good stuff from Robinson, clearly over the batsman's head, but Good statement of intent from the young man. In fairly gloomy light, as Marty was saying. Good stuff from Robinson. Comes in there to complete the over. And does so with a full delivery, which is dug out by Waite and fielded by Robinson off his own bowling. So one loose delivery in the over punished, a couple of real snorters, and a good energetic return to the attack for the youngster. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30. And talking of returning, Marty's back again.
Half an hour of play to go then. Doug Nichols emailed with a message why they changed the ball. Hi team, I also wondered why they changed the ball when it went out of shape. There was an answer from a bowler on TMS, I think. He said it was meant that the ball had gone soft and therefore wouldn't do as much. Doug in Newcastle. Here's Casey Aldridge in to replace Ben Raine. First ball defended on a length by Brooks. No run there.
Yeah, I think when they I don't know. Ben Raine was doing okay with it, wasn't he? A seasoned campaigner like Ben Raine probably is feel as much as anything. You know, sometimes they just feel the ball, it just feels wrong in the hand. Yeah. And I think sometimes that can indicate that it's gone a bit out of shape.
Aldridge comes in and bowls. Ball is played back along the ground to him.
Stream's back, I think. Hope so. If you're watching, hope you're enjoying that. Mine's back for me anyway.
In comes Aldridge. That spits up and it's fended away down towards vacant third man by Brooks. Clark chases after it, stops it from reaching the digless end. 2 runs. 180 for 6. Brooks now on 8. Peter Fox says he's still here listening. Good. Peter Lumsden, hi Marty, listening to the commentary with my parents on our way back to Tyneside. They've been up in Scotland. In comes Aldrich once more. Ball just snuffed out there by Brooks. Conker tree seems to be in full leaf over there.
The one remaining.
Yeah, sadly, isn't it?
Yeah.
What happened to the others? Did they get chopped
diseased?
Out? Yeah.
Diseased. Yeah.
See some stumps behind it.
There were 3.
Yeah. I remember collecting conkers for my daughters there in September a few years ago. Oh, that ball pitches on a length and then leaves Brooks. He plays at it and he's missed it. And then stares down at the track. He's now going to do a bit of gardening. It's funny because from where we sit here, you think you're watching where the ball's pitched, and then you watch the batsman go and tap it with the toe of the bat, and they're always in a different location to where you think the ball's just bounced. Last ball of the over, and the ball squirts out from the bat of Brooks out through the offside for 1. And that is the end of the over. I'm not really sure he knew how it got where it did. So it went wide of mid-off. He'll keep strike then. He's got 9. 181 for 6. 7 overs to go today here on the BBC.
Yeah, it's not easy out there for these two, but it's perhaps a bit easier against Robinson and Aldridge than it was against Raine and Stokes. And I say easier, maybe what I mean is you get the odd ball that you can score off, but in between you might just get a real good one. And there was a good one in the over from Aldridge, the last one, and there was a really good one in the previous over from Robinson, which went past Waite's outside edge. They've limped along to 181 for 6 as Robinson bowls, and that's short and quick and down the leg side. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere. No runs on that one. Warwickshire, Yorkshire at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 147 all out, and Yorkshire 110 for 4 off 25 overs. So they've had some rain interruptions there as well. Low scoring so far, and they finished there. Still playing at Hove. Richard Ray's last game as a commentator for Leicestershire this season at least. Robinson bowls, left alone outside the off stump this time. So Leicestershire were 328 all out. Sussex 1 without loss in reply so far. Finished at Chelmsford, where Hampshire made 235 all out. Essex 51 for 2 in reply in that Hampshire first innings. Runs for Lehman 89 and Ben Brown 73. This one short, pulled away by Brooks, but straight to the fielder on the boundary, Callum Parkinson, so just a single. And 3 wickets for Cook and 3 for Vian Mulder, who is back for Essex in that game at Chelmsford. Essex 51 for 2 in reply. They trail them by 184, so honours pretty even there. Gloucestershire in the runs at Bristol, 313 for 7 against Kent. Somerset doing okay too, as this one is wide outside the off stump, and Waiter looks for the chance to drive at the width but misses it through to the keeper. Gloucestershire against Kent, then I said Somerset 337 for 9 at Cardiff off 96 overs. Somerset's runs shared around. 86 for Tom Abel, who's committed his future to the club. 45 for Lammonby, 71 for Thomas, continuing his good start to the season. Robinson again short. That's the loose one that Waite was looking for. That's what I mean. These two do offer the odd opportunity to score, and Waite makes no mistake hammering that one off the back foot through the covers for 4. Good shot from the Yorkshireman. Goes to 18. It's 186 for 6, and I think just one more game to report on, I think, isn't there? From no, actually 3 more. What am I talking about? Derbyshire, lots of runs, 342 for 3 at Derby against Northants. This one pushed up to mid-on by Waite, end of the over, 186 for 6. Notts going well, 317 for 7 against Surrey. So good day for Notts. Joe Clark 129 not out, he's having a good season. Jack Haynes 82. Surrey being made to work hard in that one. And finally, Lancashire against Middlesex. Lancashire all out for 201. Middlesex 38 for 2 in reply. I think my
I don't know what you've
phone
just done
my
Is it reading the cricket
Alexa
results?
seems to have sprung into life.
Here's Aldridge bowling. Start of a new over from the new road end of the ground. Bowling to Brooks, who plays that up to Raine, mid-off, no run. .86 for 6. Aldridge in. Brook.
One more update for BBC Air of Worcester, which could come at any time.
Aldridge bowls. Ball driven past Raine at mid-off and probably away for 4. He's chasing after it though, and it slows towards the ropes. Oh, he's just kept it in. Heading to the hotel steps to our left. Brooks moves to 13. Waite moves to 18. 189 for 6. Rodrick comes in. Full delivery towards bottom of leg stump, played away by Waite across to mid-on. Ben Stokes trying to G everybody on. Come on lads, 20 minutes to go here. Aldridge bowls. Oh, that's a wicket. And Waite's chased one way wide of off stump, and he's edged it straight into the hands of the slips. Second slip, I think it was. So he's gone. Yeah, it's got on the scoreboard. It's got last wicket caught and bowled Aldridge, which would be some doing, given he was the bowler. They went to the slips, didn't they?
I think it was Beddingham. Yeah, it was a very good catch.
He pushed that to second slip.
Yeah, he did.
Matthew Waite was the bowling of facing Aldridge for 18.
Yeah.
So out for 18, 189. They added 36.
Coming into that, Tom Taylor. David Taylor.
Yes, we are. We've got 5 overs left in the day after this one. Worcestershire have just lost their 7th wicket. It's been a stop-start sort of day, but basically Durham have bowled and caught very well. Worcestershire have had one really good partnership, 97 for the 5th wicket between Hose and Dolivera. Adam Hose made 59, Dolivera 41. But other than that, the men out: Latigan 2, Libby 9, Rodrick 6, Kashif Ali 27, and a moment ago Matthew Waite for 18. Ben Stokes, the England captain, has returned to action. First time he's played cricket since the Ashes series. He's bowled really nicely, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 40. But Ben Raine has been the pick of the Durham seamers. 20 accurate overs from him, 8 maidens, 3 for 47. Been a tough old day for Worcestershire on a pretty lively pitch after they lost the toss and were put into bat. We've got 5 overs left in the day after this one, and they're currently 189 for 7. And it's the end of the over, and I'm pretty sure that it was Beddingham. It was Beddingham who took the catch, and it's been put right on the board because I have informed the powers that be.
Dave Bradley has just announced it was Beddingham. Did you text him?
I did. It was a good catch. It was sharp, made it look very easy, like they always do, the best slip catchers.
I thought you were going to say it was a good text there.
Well, it was an accurate text, but it was a good catch. He just pouched it, didn't he? Just made it look easy. Here's Robinson again outside the off stump. Good sharp delivery again. I've been impressed with Robinson.
If you look where he's played at that though,
one of Ash Thorpe's boys, isn't he?
Yeah.
From Parkview Academy. He's running with real intent. He's a bit raw, and he's going to bowl the odd bad ball, and he has done. But he's really attacked the crease, and he's given it a real good go, and it's been good stuff from him.
That's about
overs, 1 made, 1 for 35 before this over.
7 stump across there. No, he's no movement of the feet. His bat's such a long way from his body as he clips it to Beddingham.
He comes in again and bowls again just outside the off stump. Yeah, it was not a great shot from.
Very angry with himself as he hit it, because he just
playing pretty well actually.
He just bounced off down the track, annoyed with himself, and swiped his bat through the air.
Yeah, I mean it was a bit of a one-day shot. Could have steered it down to third man, couldn't he? It was that kind of a little guiding shot. The best he could have hoped for was to get it down to third man, but it was dicing with death really. Here's Robinson again. He's in and bowls. Brooks lifts his bat clear of this, but again decent pace from the youngster. And in the evening gloom, it'll be quite a handful. I think we're going to get these 4.5 overs in.
Stokes has taken 2 for 40 and 14 overs. Raine 3 for 47 and 20. 8 maidens for Raine, 5 for Stokes. Robinson bowling at the moment. 1 for 35 from 12.5. 3 maidens for him.
Comes in and bowls. Brooks leaves it again outside the off stump. Ollie Robinson takes. Just counting the balls down now, I guess, towards the end of the day. Worcestershire hoping not to lose another wicket. Tom Taylor, the non-striker. Just Jack Homer and Harry Darley, the young seamers to come. Not much experience between them, although Home is a decent batter. I think he got a second team 100 actually earlier this season. So he knows which end of the bat to hold. But it's a different kettle of fish playing at this level. Beddingham now going into third slip. So we've got McKinney at first, Aldridge at second, Beddingham at third. Lees comes to backward point, and Brooks is beaten outside the off stump by one that didn't bounce very much and skidded through and bounced a second time in front of Ollie Robinson. That was a good take. Very difficult, those ones, when they die on you. And he's kept pretty well today as Robinson. Just the one bye. He's picked up just one catch, but he's been fairly tidy and he's been quite busy. A lot's gone past the bat, and it's been hard work for the Worcestershire batters since they lost the toss and were put in. And looking around the country, quite a few scores of around about the early 200s. Robinson bowls short. Brooks on one leg, Caribbean style, swivels round and pulls that round on the leg side for a single, which means he'll keep the strike. End of the over. Brooks has 14. Taylor yet to get off the mark. We've got 4 overs left in the day. It's 190 for 7.
Four overs to go. 15 minutes or so play. It's going to be past 7 o'clock by the time we finish. Aldridge bowling from the New Road end. It's played around the leg side by Brooks, who tippy-toes down the track, beckoning Taylor towards him with his leading hand, saying, "Come on, are you coming for a run or not?" Eventually he goes through for it. So Brooks on 15, 191 for 7. A few pigeons flying around, heading to the trees in the car park behind the hotel. One just left the roof above us here. Goal flying past as well as Aldridge comes in, bowls. That's a drive and it's a thick edge and it races off down towards third man. Clark chases it from the gully area, but the ball wins. 4 runs, rather ominous looking crow flying past now. So Taylor gets his first runs on the board with a 4 down to third man. His second delivery. 195 for 7. Aldridge bowling his 13th over. That's a no ball. Nipped in shortly. Taylor looked to try and play it through the leg side. He's played it at one hand and it's hammered in off his thigh pad. But the no ball signal went up. Umpire at this end, Hassan Adnan. Aldridge in again, bowls. That's left well wide of off stump. James Middlebrook at square leg. $197 for 7. In the 63rd over. In comes Aldridge, he bowls. That's driven up to Raine at mid-off. Looked a nice shot but didn't get any runs. Next ball comes in, turned out through mid-wicket by Taylor, middle of the bat. Throw on the turn from Emilio Gay as he's sliding along on his knees here. Gets it back up towards the bowler's end. Tom Taylor on 5 and off strike. And now that brings Brooks back onto strike on 15. Taylor came through the Derbyshire Academy. His brother James is at Surrey. Brooks on strike. Just a defensive shot back to the bowler, end of the over. 3 overs to go. Ethan Brooks from Solihull played for Warwickshire for 3 seasons and made his Worcestershire debut 2 years ago against Surrey. Played for Staffordshire in the minor counties in 2019 and has played for Nolan Dorridge Cricket Club in the Birmingham Premier League, which is quite a nice spot, I remember, just off the motorway around here.
Yeah, he didn't start there. He started at Alton and West Warwickshire with his brothers, where his dad and his granddad played. But
so where's that?
That's in Solihull as well.
Right.
It's my first club, where I played with his dad and his granddad, and then he moved with his brother Henry to Nolan Dorridge when he was about 15.
There's some pretty big houses around there when you come off the motorway, isn't there? Quite a leafy area.
In comes Luke Robinson from the Diglis end, bowls short to Taylor, a bouncer. Taylor swivels round, plays down, keeps it along the ground and picks up a single down to Parkinson at deep square leg. Taylor goes to 6, 199 for 7.
Am I thinking of the right area?
Yeah,
it's quite.
No, Alton is literally where I grew up, just down the road. And Ethan and his dad and his uncle Robinson bowls, and he leaves that alone outside the off stump. Ethan's father grew up just across the road from the cricket ground, actually, just about 10 houses down the road. And then they he and Henry and Ben, his elder brother, they all went to Solihull School, where they did well and came through the Warwickshire pathway, and just frustrated at lack of opportunity, really, which is what brought him to Worcester. And he still lives in Solihull. Robinson in, bowls to him, and he drives very sweetly, nicely, easily the best shot that he's played, and that's a half volley which has gone all the way up to the boundary at the Diglis end. There haven't been that many that have gone all the way today. It's been quite lush, the outfield, quite slow, and the batsmen have struggled to find the ropes. Just looking at it, I mean, quite remarkable, really. There have only been, how many? That's 1, 6, 17, 23, 24, 28, 33 boundaries. Actually, it sounds quite a lot, doesn't it? It's quite a high proportion, but there have been a lot of threes, haven't there? We've been surprised how many times balls have been hit, and you could argue in that case that this 203 is maybe worth 225 or something like that, 220 on a different day. But anyway, be that as it may, it was a good shot from Brooks, takes him on to 19. He's had to work hard. He's faced 52 deliveries, and that's a really, really, really good response from Luke Robinson. Good delivery outside off stump. Brooks playing at it and made no contact, but really good stuff from the young seamer, having been driven to the boundary. That wasn't so good, but that was a really, really good response, and just what his captain and his coaches would have wanted to see after that one went to long off. 2 balls left in the over, 2 overs left after this. Robinson in again, bowls. Brooks drives, squirts it, really, not really a drive, thickish outside edge all along the ground out to Graham Clark on the cover boundary, or coming in off the cover boundary. Brooks goes to 20.
Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra. We're in the last 2 and a bit overs of the day now. I've got 1 ball left of this current over, the 64th, and then 2 overs to come after that. Had quite a bit of time lost today to the weather, about 3 hours in all, I think.
Luke Robinson, the Durham youngster, in from the Diggers End bowls. Quickish delivery which Taylor just works with his bottom hand straight up to mid-on. Fielded there by Emilio Gay. That is the end of the over. So we have 2 overs left in the day. Worcestershire, having been put into bat, are 204 for 7. The main constituent of that total, a partnership of 97 for the 5th wicket between Adam Hose, who made 59, and Brett Dolivera, who made 41. Other than that, only real contribution of note came from Kashif Ali, who made 27. Ethan Brooks is on 20. Ben Raine has taken 3 wickets and Ben Stokes has taken 2.
Aldridge was running in here on the batsman. Brooks has backed off. He's seen something behind the bowler that he wasn't happy with. Aldridge tries again. Ball played softly into the leg side, no run there.
We're giving up on the live stream.
You've given up?
I'm giving up. It's just freezing all the time, isn't it? Hopefully that will be sorted out tomorrow. No, nothing we can do about it.
Well, on the radio it's 204 for 7, and the internet that's pulled around down to long leg by Brooks. Fielded down the far end of the ground by Luke Robinson. It's got gloomy again now. The players' faces have just become little splodges once more. There's no definition in them. The sky's greyed over. Aldridge to Taylor, who's on 6. Taylor plays the ball firmly up to Gay at mid-on. He goes down and tries to stop the ball with his knee behind the ball, and as it bounces off him, he sort of loses his balance a little bit, and he's trying to pick himself up. He backpedals a few yards, but he stops the run. Next ball bowled by Aldridge, played into the cover area to Lees by Taylor. No run there. 7 o'clock, the bell strikes. In comes the bowler again. This is turned by Taylor into mid-wicket. He gets a single, jogs up to the other end. 206 for 7. I'm reminded, looking at the tower of the cathedral a few years ago, I read an article in, I think it might have been UK Press Gazette, the trade magazine, about a radio station in Canterbury, could have been BBC Radio Kent, who sent their traffic and travel reporter up to the tower of the cathedral each day. Next ball's wide of off stump and left alone, and that is the end of the over. 206 for 7. And from up on the roof they had a vantage point of all the main roads coming into Canterbury and did their travel reports from up on the top of the cathedral. Cheaper than a helicopter, I suppose.
End of the over, and Worcestershire with 1 over left in the day are 206 for 7. I'll give you a brief outline of the way the day's gone as we go through this over. Worcestershire were put into bat. All eyes were on Ben Stokes at the start of the game. Robinson bowled. Taylor plays defensively down on the offside, and it wasn't long before Stokes delivered, picking up the wicket of Daniel Latigan, the Worcestershire opening batsman, caught behind by Ollie Robinson in the 4th over of the day. That was 15 for 1. Latigan made 2. Good delivery from Stokes, angled across the left-hander, bounced and left him a little bit. And they lost another wicket with a score on 15. Robinson bowls, Taylor drives nicely through the offside. He'll pick up a couple as Graham Clark fields. So there were 15 for 2, and Jake Libby became the first of Ben Raine's victims in the 5th over. Nicely caught at second slip by Casey Aldridge for 9. And then Rodrick and Kashifali took the score on to 40 before Gareth Rodrick was caught and bowled by Ben Raine, using his feet, trying to come down the pitch to disturb the bowler's length, and got a nick on it and it hit his pad and lobbed up in the air. Taylor beaten by one outside the off stump, tries to uppercut a short one from Robinson, makes no contact. So Rodrick out for 6, and then Kashifali driving quite loosely off the back foot, caught in the covers by Graham Clark off this man Luke Robinson for 27 to make Worcestershire 52 for 4 before that partnership, either side of lunch and either side of a lengthy rain interruption before Stokes returned to get Hose. Robinson in again, left alone this time, and Stokes had 1 ball left to bowl in his over after the rain break, the 45th over of the innings, and he came back and cleaned up Adam Hose with a good one. Hose out then for 59. Brett Dolivera followed shortly afterwards. LBW to the persevering Raine for 41. And since then, 1 more wicket. Matthew Waite caught by David Beddingham at second slip of Casey Aldridge for 18. This one left alone by Taylor. A late decision takes his bat away from it. It must have been very close to the stumps because those in front and behind the wicket are standing. There are lots of hands on heads in the slips, particularly suggesting that that was the best of leaves. There are good leaves and bad leaves, and there are particularly good leaves like that one. Taylor's got away with it. 1 ball left in the day, 208 for 7. So that's how the wickets went down. Raine 3 for 47, Stokes 2 for 40, Aldridge 1 for 68, and this man Robinson 1 for 44. Make that 1 for 45 because Taylor's just taken a single off the last ball of the day. He'll keep the strike. It's the end of the day. Worcestershire have recovered somewhat. These two have added 20 for the 8th wicket. 209 for 7 Worcestershire off 66 overs. It's been Durham's day, but until we've seen both sides bowl on this surface, we'll reserve judgment. Worcestershire have battled fairly hard against some pretty good bowling, particularly from Raine and Stokes. End of the day, Brooks on 21, Taylor on 10, Worcestershire 209 for 7.
Not a bad day, either side of annoying rain delays mid-afternoon from about 2:45 until about 5:30. They were off and on 2 or 3 times. Handshakes all round among the Durham players though. So we've ended up losing 30 overs in all today. Only 66 bowled. They will be able to claim 8 of those back tomorrow and 8 on Sunday, but you can't claim any extra overs on the final day. So 30 overs gone today. 209 for 7. See you tomorrow.
Thanks for being with us, and until tomorrow at 11 o'clock, this is Frank Watson on behalf of myself and Martin Emerson saying a very good evening to you. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and we'll be back, as Marty says, in the morning.